feel paralyzed. Now I know it's over. I see you passing by, hand in hand. Oh, they were right. My body goes numb. Feels like someone got my tongue. I didn't know a heart could die this young. Oh, now when I look in your eyes, I feel paralyzed.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight
bound only by frozen memories. Get away, get lost, get away, it's fine. Racing all these broken dreams tonight.
bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah.
'cause we are trying to find a way to feel. If I could sleep, I'd dream of what we'd be, but I can feel you slip further from me. Oh, it makes it hard to be when you are all that I want but don't have. And I'll run into the sea, follow this heart that escapes me. It escapes me, and I'm lost. Forget me, all I was, and become everything. All I wanted. Although it feels like heaven, I can't wait forever. Old habits are hard to break. I'm losing faith. Maybe we're better off this way, but I'm still lost. Forget me, all I was, were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I'm in a tropic club.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me
I feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me
Oh, I can't forget myself. The peace that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back this one part, this one that I'm sorry I lost it.
No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away. To run away. Cracky. Cracky.
To chase the feeling again. Let's be friends. You only need what's best for you and not them. Don't pretend. Now I don't wanna lose sleep, thinking about everything we could be. Let's just see what comes to be. She said, we're all made in Hollywood, fake loving and hating on silver screens, believing everything we come to see. Go outside, it feels so good. We're loving and hating and making scenes. Now we just see everything we believe. We just see everything. We just see everything we believe. We just see everything we believe. We just see everything. We just see everything we believe. We just see everything. You seem so rehearsed, but do you really care? I always feel like you're never aware. You're a part of me, but we're so apart. Where is your heart? Now I don't wanna lose sleep, thinking about everything we could be. Let's just see what comes to be. She said, we're all made in Hollywood, fake loving and hating on silver screens, believing everything we come to see. Go outside, it feels so good. We're loving and hating and making scenes. Now we just see everything we believe. We just see everything.
must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes.
Ouais, je pense que ça va
Je
être
vais en
bon.
profiter pour lancer le live.
Ok.
So maybe you can start.
So let's go.
Just
Who is speaking? Sorry.
Non, c'est Thierry. T'as pas
Hello.
entendu Lily?
Ouais, je vois rien. Je vois pas qui est là en fait. Donc,
Just a message for everyone. So please, if you're not speaking, can you just mute your mic?
Voilà, je fais un petit tour pour m'assurer que
Thank you.
tout se passe bien.
okay. So we will start in a couple of minutes. Waiting for everybody to sit down. Oh, I see maybe somebody from the organization. I see that Stephanie doesn't manage to unmute. Maybe she's not registered as a speaker, but only as a spectator. So it would be nice if you could help her to.
Yeah, I'm going to talk with her in the chat.
Thank you. Who is moving my presentation? No, don't do that. Leave it there. Don't touch my presentation. Okay, I see. Isabelle is here. Stephanie is here.
Everybody is here with the speaker. So Léon is here, Christian is here.
Okay, very good. So I would say let's start if everybody is here, because we have a limited time on stage. So welcome everybody, and we're very happy to be able to present you the African co-production market that we are working on at Spielfabrik. So let's go directly. So I'm here today on stage with Isabelle Drouin from Orange, with Léon Winkler from Ubisoft, with Stéphanie Kastner from Goethe, and also with Christian Kwame. Christian Mukuba. And to present you the African market. So let's go and see what it is. Yes, so to start with, very few words on who is Spielfabrik, who is organizing the African co-production market. So we are an acceleration program for independent video game developers. So we accelerate approximately 10 European studio per year. Also, we organize so-called co-production markets, so a European one for European studios together. And this particular market we are going to present to you today, African-European co-production market. And also we work a lot on the gaming ecosystem. We advise public and private companies, and especially this year we're organizing the think tank of financing for gaming. I am Odile Limpar, and I am a co-founder of Spielfabrik together with Thierry Beaujard. So what is the African co-production market? The African co-production market, actually, it's pretty easy. It's to foster, please stop moving the presentation, thank you. It's to foster the cooperation between African and European developers. So on one side, you have African indie game developer, independent developers of video games. On the other side, you have European ones. And we want to facilitate their cooperation. And it's not only about just putting them together and having them work together. It's also about accompanying and really mentoring the whole process, speaking about financing, about supporting supporting their development endeavor, and also partly financing the prototypes. But we will learn more about this later on with Orange and Ubisoft. So what is the program all about? Oh, sorry, I need to adjust my screen because I can't really see what it's happening. Just one small second. So, yes, now it's better. So what it is all about, it's going to be up to 8 studios that will be selected. We will offer cash prizes for the selected studio to be able to finance the prototypes of their project they have been selected within the program. We will offer also a 6-month mentoring program with international experts in very different fields, all fields actually of producing and publishing video games. And we will organize a co-production market, so a place, hopefully not only a virtual place this time, also a place where people really are going to meet together between African and European studio to go and see if they can start co-production together. And one of the particular things of this program is that we will mentor the co-producer before they meet, I would say the teams before they meet, but we will also offer a mentoring of the project afterwards. Oh, sorry, I can't see. So, yes. So it's, as a summary, it's a lot about mentorship, because we think it's very important to not to leave the studio alone with their project, but to offer them also we have a very big network of experts internationally to accompany them within their project. It's about cash prizes. So Ubisoft and Orange are soon going to tell us more about this, because it's also one of the critical success factor of starting a project is to be able to produce a prototype and go and seek for publishers. And of course, it's all about co-production opportunities and distribution opportunities, especially with our partners. So on the very slight note on the partners for the mentoring program, so we work with many different people in Europe and in Africa, so that we are pretty confident that we will be able to really offer very high class expertise and mentoring to the teams. So sorry, that here. Timing wise, we are very happy that the launch is today. We started the call for projects today. I will give you a little bit more detailed information on this later on. In October, we will have the selection process, so receiving all the application and having a look at it with a 2-step jury. In November, we will have the mid of November, the final jury. In December, at the African Games Week, we will offer a workshop for the selected teams, but also for more teams. So we really hope to be at the African Games Week also in person and be able to offer some mentoring. Anyway, we will offer mentorings also online to all the teams that have been selected. And also in December, our 2 prizes partner, Orange and Ubisoft, will also announce which studio they have chosen to provide some money for prototyping and also some more expertise. And then next year, starting in January 2020. We will have online mentorings day. We will have, of course, help the teams the African teams to prepare pitching videos. To conclude this program with a co-production market, very probably in Cologne, also probably in person in April, so that we have European, German teams and African teams meeting and hopefully finding a lot of projects together. So today we start the call for projects right now, actually, and you will need to apply on a platform. This is the platform is called FXX. It's a very easy online platform, and of course we ask you to provide a couple of information about your studio, about your team, about your budget, and so on. All the details you can have a look at FXX directly and see what we need to select you for the program. The selection process is going to be very transparent. We will have a short list of finalists with a final jury that are going to select up to 8 studios. We are looking for companies that are already incorporated or are going to be incorporated very soon in African country. We are looking for video game concept of prototype. It's very bright subject. And what we will look at, it's the quality of the video game, of course, it's the quality of the team, it's definitely motivation to start an international co-production, and it's also the relevance of the business model. On the platform, you will have much more details about the criteria and how we will judge and also select the project. So this is our final jury who will select the teams. So you see that we have a mix of European and African experts that have all been involved in the video game industry for a long time, and we are very glad that they're all committed to not only be part of the jury but also support us along this journey about the African European co-production market. So this is it for me, and as I said, much more information we will make a press release and you will find on the website about how to apply, when to apply. Actually, it's now you should apply, and all the criteria for selections. And now I will be very happy to introduce you to Isabelle Drouin, who is representing Orange and who will tell us a little bit more about what they are going to offer and what they are looking for in this partnership with us together. Thank you.
Yes, hello, thank you, Odile. I'm Isabelle. I'm working at Games Partnership at Orange, and we are very, very happy to be part of this program. I don't know how much you know about games offers at Orange, but Orange has been distributing games for years to its customer in several African countries, like in Senegal, in Ivory Coast, in Guinea, in Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Democratic Republic of Congo, and we are working on more projects in more countries. Today, the games distributed are mainly
Is it only me or everybody has connection problem?
I also can't hear her anymore.
Okay, Isabelle,
yeah,
yes.
and also the presentation is gone, I think. I can't see the presentation.
I can see the presentation, but just cannot hear Isabelle.
Yeah, Isabelle, we lost you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, now it's better.
Okay, very strange. So I was saying that today the games we are distributing are mainly produced in Europe, America. Some come from Asia, but we've got very few games that come from African studios. And it's not very easy. We've been trying for years to get African games on board, but there are plenty of reasons that explain why we don't have African games for the moment, and we really hope this will change soon, thanks to programs like the African Games Production Market that we help by providing financial support. So amongst the selected projects by the program, up to 4 studios in the category mobile games will get a 8,000 euro cash prize from Orange. Our prize will focus on several aspects. We're going to have a look at the game universe, how much it is related to the local culture.
Isabel, we lost you again. Are you using Safari by chance? Because I had the same problem yesterday. Okay. So maybe we should ask Leon to start.
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear?
You're back? Okay, yes. Are you using Safari by chance?
No, I'm using Edge.
No? Okay. So, okay, so let's try. Sorry about the technical issues.
Okay, I'll try to finish.
Yes.
So I was saying that Orange is going to give a 8,000 euro cash prize to up to 4 studios in the category mobile games. It must be a mobile game. We're going to have a look at the game universe, how much it is related to a local culture. We look at the team, its skills. We are looking for innovation, creativity, but we'll also check the relevance of the business model and the market positioning. We will also support the winning studios through mentorship opportunities if we feel this is necessary, because there will already be some mentorship with Speech Fabric, but maybe at least on distribution aspects, we may give a bit of mentorship. We want to make it easy for all our worldwide customers to play to all the great games that come from African studios, as we are already working today to make international games easy to play to all our customers. And today we are very proud to be part of this program, and now we are looking forward to discovering all the projects that you will all be submitting to the program.
Okay, thank you very much, Isabel. We are very happy to have Orange as a also very important already partner in Africa, or actor in Africa actually, and it's going to be fun to look at all the projects with you together. Now, I hope that Leon is here, and to Leon Wickler from Ubisoft, who is going to tell us a little bit more also what is Ubisoft looking for in this project.
Well, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for having me in this virtual environment. I guess this morning I didn't have to do my hair, but that's okay. My name is Leon Winkler, indeed, Director of International Events at Ubisoft, and it's a privilege for me to be here at the African Creative Meeting on behalf of Ubisoft to talk with all of you great people about some of the cool things that we will be rolling out. Now, for us, being here to AGCM is super important, since as an initiative, it really seeks to foster innovation and enhance collaboration between actors in the video game industry. Now, innovation has always been in our DNA, and as a company, we're constantly looking to support innovative companies in our industry, especially indie developers, to support them. Now, as for collaboration, we see the AGCM as particularly interesting because it permits all parties to work as equal partners in an iterative manner. And the equal partners is very important in this one. This way of working together fits a larger pattern in Ubisoft and, in our opinion, is the most conducive way for fostering creativity and innovation. Finally, we have a strong desire to support the African video game industry because we value diversity in the industry and are always looking for ways to support underrepresented voices. And to me personally, it's something that's very close to my heart, since I am a Black man and a proud Black man too. And once again, we believe that the AGCM is a perfect medium to achieve this goal. Now, all this talk is one thing, actions are another. That's why I am super proud to share some more information regarding the prizes that will be awarded by Ubisoft to selected African studios. Now, as a leading partner in this year's African Games co-production market, Ubisoft will be offering a grand total of 30,000 in prizes. Now, this total sum will be distributed to a maximum of 3 African studios who will stand out for their promising and innovative innovative work for the AGCM, in the AGCM. In terms of selection criteria, I mean, that's an important one. Ubisoft will be prioritizing games that are for PC or console. Now, moreover, we will also evaluate the overall quality of the proposal brought forward by a given studio, as well as the game's originality and creativity. Beyond this, we don't really have any further criteria for potential candidates. We're really excited to be able to lend our support to those to the creative studios out there. Now, you might be wondering, what are these prizes for? Why are we doing this? Why are we supporting this initiative? The objective behind the prize is to offer select African studios the support necessary to go the extra mile and achieve the full potential of their ambitions. We really believe that with monetary and mentoring support, we want to dedicate Ubisoft resources towards helping African video game producers develop the best possible games that are innovative, creative, and once again, most of all, independent. Now, on top of this prize, there's a little bit more.
Sorry,
if I can. I'm just on top of this prize. On top of this prize money, we will provide mentoring and support to the African studios, as was already mentioned before. We're hoping to offer mentoring support on a wide array of themes, including game design, financing strategy and business models, community management, and market analysis, just to name a few. I mean, we can do so much more. We hope to draw on the wide range of internal experts in our company, notably from the Black Game Pros ERG, the ERG that I started and that we've done a Black Game Pros mixer for the African market last year, and the Open Innovation Accelerator to support African studios. Now, to conclude, why is this important to us? Why are we reaching out to the African market, and why are we supporting this initiative? We at Ubisoft are super excited with the developments we have seen in the African video game ecosystem in the recent years, and we've seen a growth of a vibrant, creative, and independent video game culture on the continent, and we're looking forward to see what's coming. We believe that the diverse perspectives make our industry stronger and more inclusive. So we're very excited to see more and more creators from the continent with their own unique visions, content, and ways of engaging with players. Ultimately, our hope is to see the African gaming industry continue its growth and reach the most players possible. Now, perhaps the final point of the importance of having diversity in the medium on which the games are being played, PC, mobile, console, the content of the games, and obviously the people who get to play them every day. So that's basically what we are doing here. So, I mean, in a nutshell, I just kept on speaking. So thank you very much for having me. Thank you to Steel Fabric co-founder and former Ubisoft family member, Miss Odile Lindvak, for having me and for being a great human being. Now, let me walk out of this with my not very accurate-looking avatar off stage and let the other speakers do their thing and answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leon. And we will take the question at the end of the presentation. We will have a couple of minutes to answer everything. So thank you, Isabelle, and thank you, Leon, for giving us the insight of Ubisoft and of Orange about this program. I think that everybody got the point that it's a very comprehensive program. It's about diversity. It's about collaborating. It's about making people grow and helping them grow and develop themselves. So it's a nice thing to be around. And now I will ask our other partner in the program also, and this is Stephanie from the Goethe Institute in Johannesburg, to join the stage. And Stephanie, I will try. It's a bit of a mess with the presentation, I must say, because it keeps on disappearing, but I will try to click for you and follow for you the couple of slides, because you made a great job to map a bit of the African industry already. This is also one of the objectives of the project, to better understand where is the African gaming community now and what can we do together to make it grow. So welcome, Stephanie. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Odile, and hello. Thank you very much that I can be here. I'm facing a little bit the stage and also you at the same time to be able to see what's on the screen, but there's not our slides yet, isn't it, Odile?
No, it's broken again. So somebody keeps on deleting it. So
okay, but here we go.
So now we have it. Yes.
Yes, perfect. So yeah, perfect. Yeah, again, hello. I'm Stephanie. I'm head of the information department of the Goethe Institute in Johannesburg in South Africa. And I would like to present today preliminary insights and findings from the study that is conducted by our lead African Games researcher, Mkholisi Xaba. And I would like to talk about a work in process.
Please mute your microphone. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to talk about a work in process that will go on until December 2021. And the goal is to identify key trends in the African gaming market, to collect data about studios, about festival stakeholders, and different institutions. AfriDigest says that Africa is the world's fastest growing mobile market. Could you, yeah, thank you, wonderful. We, for this presentation, are focusing on prominent regions and prominent countries in these regions. We have much more data, but we only have 15 minutes. So for Southern Africa, the center definitely is South Africa. In West Africa, one of the most important countries on the market is Nigeria. And in East Africa, it's Kenya. Would you please click? Wonderful. The top 4 countries in mobile subscription base are on the continent, Nigeria, South Africa, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And could you please click, Odile? Thank you very much. Wonderful. We are working with an industry canvas model that works with strengths and challenges. So the strengths in Kenya are that there is a very active esports ecosystem, that we find in Kenya an advantageous business registration and shareholding regime, proving attractive to investors seeking to set up in Africa. That's definitely a strength. Then in Nigeria, there's a lot of very positive competition. Nigeria is hackathon-centric, and us as the Goethe Institute, we are running hackathons ourselves. We know how much creativity and energy and creative potential comes out of hackathons. And Nigeria has a self-funded game development culture. And there's also a lot of initiative shown by game development enterprises. And last but not least, South Africa has favorable growth prospects due to networks beyond Africa. There are a lot of bridges to Europe, to the US, but also in the global South. And South Africa has established game development communities that are very strong. Yeah, how is money made? What is the trend there? In-app spending on the rise in the African gaming apps market. Could you please click again? And there's a lot of growth and a lot of potential on the continent. Some more numbers. South African video games market is expected to grow to 5.44 billion rand, which is approximately $292 million in 2023. Then we have 2 billion mobile app installs across South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria only in the last year. And there is a 41% overall app install increase across the 3 regions we just named. Could you please click again? Thank you. And Games Industry Africa says that the gaming industry in Africa appears to be a lot more receptive to collaborative endeavors despite the challenges. This is why we think that a co-production platform and collaboration is absolutely key, and that's why we have this project. Could you please click again, Odile? Gaming and esports are becoming a potential economic driver for Africa, but there also are challenges in that sector. It's about bandwidth. Servers are situated in Europe or in the US, which delays the gamers. And a question also is access to consoles, access to games. That's why in South Africa, for example, in the Black communities, a lot of esports teams play mobile games on their mobile devices. Could you please click again? Then some common challenges. Please click. Wonderful, thank you. Challenge number one are overstretched video games development resources and often very small studios, 1 to 3 person games development enterprises. Please click again. Second challenge, mobile internet-based digital infrastructure is a limitation to developing for platforms beyond the mobile phone ecosystem. And challenge number 3 is business regulatory framework poses risk to multinational businesses. So if you want to register a business or you would like to register an entity, sorry, just stay on challenge number 3, please, Odile.
Yes, it's not me clicking, sorry, there's somebody who is playing with the presentation again.
Someone, the person who clicks, please go back to the slide with challenge 3. Yes,
okay.
Thank you very much. And please give back control to Odile. Yes. Yeah, so we wanted to register our Inter-Africa network on the continent. Inter-Africa was a Pan-African gaming project. And registering Inter-Africa on a Pan-African level, but even on a national level, is a challenge due to a lot of rules and regulations, and a lot of open questions. Yeah, please click again, Odile. At the moment, we are working and collecting data about studios and the studio landscape on the continent. So we divided the landscape into 3 different categories, which is micro and small. These are the most, with very, being very small, 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 persons. Then we have a medium size, 5 to 10 persons, and then established gaming studios, 11 to 25 persons. Could you please click again? Then there's an increase in internet usage on the continent. These are numbers for December 2020, with Nigeria 154 million, Kenya 46 million, and South Africa 34 million. And could you please click again? Here we have the numbers of the top 3 African cities by number of active tech hubs. There we have Nairobi with 25, Lagos with 31, and Cape Town with 26 active tech hubs. And I was talking about the different challenges on the slides. And in our eyes and in our view, the solution could be to have credible data gathering. That's what we are working on with the mapping, which will run until mid-December. So we will go much more in depth than we are at the moment. Co-production to have a collaborative development, then skills acquisition to create more access and more skills development, then transformation to come to a transformed sustainable ecosystem, then network and network building is very important. With the projects we run at the Goethe Institute, we try to support networks and network building on a Pan-African, but also on an international level, with the Game Mixer, with Enter Africa, and with this project, which is a follow-up to Enter Africa. And then really last, but really not least, inclusivity and diversity. We would like to help to make the gaming system, the gaming sector on the African continent and in the world more diverse and more inclusive. And could you please click? Yes, and yeah, that's us having worked on this presentation. And I thank you very much, and back to Odile.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think it's one of the most important things to know also the markets and know what's going on and the actors and everything. So it's really nice to be partner with you on this program. Thank you, Stephanie. As I said, we will take questions after the presentation. And now I'm very happy to welcome Christian from WorkD on stage. He was a part of our very first co-production market in Africa last year, together with the, it's clicking again, stop clicking, sorry, Christian, who was part of the program last year and has a co-production running right now, and we asked him to give a little bit of his opinion about everything and to tell from the view of a participant of the program what he thinks about this. Welcome, Christian.
Thank you, Odile. Hello, everybody. I'm really happy to be here sharing a few words about the Enter Africa co-production platform. We were glad to be part of the first promotion, with three studios. So one from Senegal, another from Congo, and WorkD that I'm represented from Côte d'Ivoire. Actually, WorkD is a small company regarding the different elements showed by Stephanie on the previous slides. And we participate to this co-production with Bakaman Racing. It's it's a mobile game online where the user will have it's a racing game where you could play with atypical public transportation cars that you could find all over the world. That you could find like tuk-tuk in India. You have special one as also in Western Africa, in Senegal, in Côte d'Ivoire. So it's a concept that a lot of people understand, and that could be replicated on different countries and different locations. So that's the game we presented, and it's been selected among the three finalists. And since the beginning, it's been a pleasure to collaborate with Spielfabrik, with Thierry and Odile as well. And the main point with this program is that we really worked on our game, and the people we were talking with were specialists in the domain. I participated with WorkD to many others program where you were talking with people in finance or that are really a bit away from the gaming industry. In this case, you're really talking with people who knows really what they are talking about, because they experience it on a daily basis. They tried something, so they are not sharing only theoretical things, but their experience and also some great tips to improve our game. So we work on our game. From the pitch, the positioning as well, the key differentiation points from each of our project. That was a main focus on those elements. Also work on the financial part. So all the necessary part to make a game successful. and we had also the opportunity to participate to some sessions with mentoring session with experts all around the world from all the different domains, from marketing to game design and to UX design. So we met a lot of people to have the inputs from the different side of the gaming industry. That's really helpful as well, especially for us coming from with the environment we have in Africa. That's not which is not the easiest one to develop those kind of projects. We have some challenge that we're facing, and that Stephanie highlighted really very well. So especially for Enter Africa, that's been this mentoring part was very helpful. Help us adapt our game and put emphasis on the main strength of the game and keep working on it. And in the end, we had the salon where we are supposed to meet some European team to try to make something happen and create a co-production. Some studios were interested with our idea, so we start working together, and what's really great for Spielfabrik and this program to help us reach this stage. We're facing some difficulties right now, mainly on the financial point of view, because as many of you knows here, public funding in Africa is very difficult, barely in existence. So it's quite difficult to resolve those kind of challenges. But we keep our passion, and we use all the knowledge that we got from this program to keep moving on and make always a step forward. And finally, I'm really glad to see that we participated to make this second edition happen, because we made some feedback, and I saw a comment of Julien in the chat. One of the main points we highlight was the lack of funding, and for this edition we have some partners that are ready to help the winners to make the game become reality and make them successful. So that's a really great point. And thank you to Spielfabrik, and I hope that this platform will continue and help a lot of African game to be on the market.
Great, thank you very much, Christian. I think now everybody got the point. It's also, especially when we at Spielfabrik, we like to speak about the Spielfabrik family, and also the fact that we believe very much in networking, and also it's even if you participate 1 year, after that you have increased so much your network, and you are part of this network, so that you can keep on building on it later on. So I kind of give up showing you the last slide, because the presentation has disappeared again. So the last slide, it's just don't forget the deadline. We start the call today for project. Please apply now, because you see when I start to complain that it's coming back, I should have started early on this. So the deadline for application is the 24th of October. And we are looking forward to see all your applications. And thank you very much for being here today. We have maybe time for one question, if there is a question, otherwise in the chat also. Do you need to have a prototype already for the application? No, you don't need to have a prototype ready for the application. You can have a prototype ready, but you don't have to, and you need to have a good pitch on your concept. There are no ideal total project sizes, because we are looking for mobile, PC, and console games. So the project sizes are going to be very different. Don't be afraid of being also, I would say, ambitious about what you're going you want to do, but be also about realistic about what you can do. So there are no ideal project size. Yes, can you apply for a mobile and a PC console? Yes, it would be good in the application to say which is going to be the lead platform. And then we will speak with Orange and Ubisoft to see how we can organize this best so that I can also profit from the program. With 2 different games, of course. Yes, you can apply with 2 different games on different platforms. Good. I see that Amandine, thank you very much for this, shared the FXX platform. As I said, thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers for joining us today, to Isabelle, to Leon, to Christian, to Stephanie, and looking forward to see all the projects right now. Thank you to everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you.
intellectual property based out of London. I am myself originally from Cameroon, and I'm glad to be here with all of you guys. So as we're gonna start with this workshop presentation, please feel free to leave your comments on the chat box, and also your question if you may have. And if there's any specific point you want me to address, please feel free to let me know. I do speak French and Spanish. So if you have a question in French and you're not able to articulate that question in English, please feel free to drop the question. And I will try and respond to you in French, although I don't practice my French very often. So it might not be as pretty as my English. So yeah, we will start in about 30 seconds. Just want to make sure we give time for people to arrive into the room. And okay, I just saw a message there. So yeah, just trying to give a bit more time for people to join the room, and yeah, then we will kickstart in a bit. So please, guys, as you join the room, feel free to introduce yourself. Just drop me your name and details on the chat, and let me know what industry you're in or you have interest in, so I more or less know how to address the workshop. So let me know if you're in the video game space, in the comic space, or any other type of creative industry, so we can assess what are the percentage in terms of audience, and also we can kind of trying to focus our chat today in regards to what you guys are interested in, what activity you guys are involved with. Guys, this is not much of a lecture, it is a workshop. So please feel free to, as Amandine has suggested, to talk. Veuillez poser vos questions, veuillez vous introduire. On peut faire ça en français ou en anglais. Mais bon, à la base, the workshop is supposed to be in English, so I will try and keep it as much as possible in English. But yeah, feel free to introduce yourself either in English or in French.
The last conference just ended, so I think there might be people joining soon.
All right, perfect. Great stuff, great stuff.
Thank you. Bonjour Youssef, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Allô Youssef, bienvenue. Parfait. Kofi dit qu'on entend, c'est bon. C'est bon, c'est bon. Bonjour tout le monde. Hi everybody, welcome, bienvenue. Et au fait, j'essaie de donner quelques minutes de plus avant de commencer le workshop, afin que nous ayons plus de participants possibles qui puissent rejoindre la salle. So just trying to give people like a couple of minutes more so they can join the room, so we can be as many as possible to discuss this very interesting topic, which is intellectual property and the creative industries in Africa. So yes, guys, get comfortable. As I say, feel free to introduce yourself, the company you come from, the country. Feel free to share your details, and so we're gonna make this this workshop interactive as possible. Donc, faites-vous plaisir, introducez-vous, partagez votre nom, votre compagnie, pays d'origine. Nous allons essayer de faire que ce workshop soit le plus interactif possible. Bonjour Kofi, bonjour Youssef, welcome. Hi Kofi, hi yourself, Julien. Welcome, thanks for joining. Merci d'être là, Julien. Faites-vous plaisir, écrivez vos noms, laissez vos messages, je les lis en même temps, j'essaierai de répondre à vos questions. Et donc là, ça fait 8 minutes, je crois qu'on va commencer d'ici peu. Et ce que je vais faire, c'est d'abord, je vais partager mon écran. Et ce ne sera pas une lecture longue, it won't be a lecture, just a few points I want to share with you guys, so you guys understand where actually my background, what I come from, and of course, what we're actually trying to do in SIG management. And also why we are happy to be here in this event, creative meeting. Of course, our history. We've been campaigning for many years now, 3 years now, just to build a bit more awareness when it comes to intellectual property and copyright in Africa, and especially in the creative industry, because of course, when we talk about the creative industry, we talk about creativity, innovation, invention, and the creative industry is a very, very important sector globally, and the potential within the African creative industry can also be huge, and that's what we believe. And hence, we believe also that it's very important that we start having a serious conversation around IP, intellectual property, and copyright. So I'm just gonna give a couple more minutes, then I will kickstart the workshop. Bienvenue Nick, je te vois. I see your information, Nick. Render Heads, thanks for joining. Cape Town. Great stuff. I see we have quite a few game studios. All right, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Gaming, as you all know, is a big industry than actually movies and music combined. So gaming is a very important industry. It is a very important industry, and I'm actually glad to have quite a few gaming studios here. And Youssef, Herodot Studio, Tunisia. Nice to meet you. Thanks for joining the workshop. So guys, I think we're gonna kickstart. It's been 10 minutes now. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share my screen. Je vais partager l'écran et nous allons commencer. Ma petite présentation, elle est en anglais. Donc s'il y a quelque chose que vous ne comprenez pas, if there's anything you guys don't understand about the presentation, feel free to ask questions and yeah. Surtout pour ceux qui parlent français. S'il y a quelque chose que vous ne comprenez pas dans ma petite présentation, n'hésitez pas à poser des questions. Et évidemment, c'est un workshop, ce n'est pas une présentation, ce n'est pas une lecture. On va essayer que ça reste interactif. Donc, je vais parler, aborder des thèmes et vous allez poser des questions et on va parler de ces questions. Et parler plus de questions, on va parler de problèmes et de solutions parce que le plus important, c'est les solutions. Les problèmes, on en a tous. We all are aware of the trouble that we face when it comes to creativity on the continent. So we're going to try and discuss some solutions today and to make this as productive as possible. Okay, cool. So let me just start by sharing my screen. Bon, là, juste entre, I'm going to share my screen with you guys so we can start the workshop. It's been 40 minutes now. I'm just going to try and speed things up a little bit. We don't have that much time. We only got 45 minutes. So, guys, please feel free to drop questions and get as we go so we can make this as much interactive as possible. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Parfait. Je pense. Okay, je vois ça.
Après, vous pouvez mettre l'écran sur le grand écran en face.
Ouais, c'est ce que
juste en le tenant et en vous approchant.
C'est bon? Là, c'est bon, je pense.
Je peux le faire.
Ok, c'est bon.
Quand même
Parfait.
ça.
Fantastic. Alors, bonjour, bonsoir, bon après-midi. Guys, thank you for joining. My name is Marshall Mehdi. I'm the CEO and founder of SIP Management, www.sipmanagement.co.uk. And what we are an interproperty platform. And our mission is to make IP protection, monetization available, accessible to everybody, especially small micro businesses, both in the creative industry and in the tech industry, and even more so in Africa. Just to give you a bit of background about myself, I'm originally from Cameroon, and I lived in Spain before I moved to the UK. I've been living in the UK, in London, for the last 15 years, and I studied engineering, I have engineering background, and previously I worked in fintech and financial technology, which is where actually I came across this issue in the creative industries. As early on, we have the company I used to work for, we had a very big interest in investing in a video game startup in Africa. But as you can see, as you guys probably are aware of, when it comes to video games and creative businesses in Africa, finding funding is very challenging. And the reason why it tends to be very challenging is simply because investors don't necessarily see the value created by creative businesses such as video game or design studios, and yeah, they found those type of investment very risky. So it becomes very, very challenging when it comes to raising capital as a creative business. So today I just wanted to talk about intellectual property and how important this is for you guys, particularly those in the creative industry. I've seen a few of you guys involved in video game production. So I was trying to focus this talk as much on video game production and design studios. So yeah. Perfect. So just to kickstart, what's intellectual property? So IP, intellectual property, is kind of the creation of the mind, such invention, literary and artistic work, design, symbol, name, image that are used in commerce and other commercial products. So as you guys are aware of, you guys are all into the creative space. As creative, the creative industry is actually one of the industries that produce the most number of IP assets. And IP is very important. So whenever you guys produce, I can hear some background noise. So yeah, I was saying whenever you guys are actually creating games, creating design, creating graphics, what you guys are actually doing is create IP. And of course, understanding how you can protect the IP, how you can monetize the IP, and will really take you a long way, will take your business a long way, and your company a long way. Because at the end of the day, as a creative business, what you're actually in the business of, you're in the business of IP. En tant que compagnie créative, ce que vous faites, ce que jour au jour, c'est créer de l'API, de la propriété intellectuelle. Et donc, il est très important que vous protégiez, que vous sachiez comment faire pour protéger ces propriétés intellectuelles et comment la monétiser aussi. Donc, c'est super, super important et c'est très, très important. Cool. So just moving forward, since we don't have much time, and I really want you guys to ask questions. So when it comes to creative industry, we have quite a few, but yeah, we're trying to focus on actually tech-based creative industries such as video game industry, design studios, and also graphic and motion graphic studios. Guys, we all are aware that this is the future. This is where we're heading. We all know how big these industries are globally, and we also all know how much we can achieve and how much those industries can impact the African continent. And even though that the topic of IP is not well understood in the continent, IP is actually the most important asset when it comes to creative businesses. It is the most important asset, especially your copyright. And this is something that I've been preaching for the last couple of years, just how important it is for you guys to understand, what type of IP you produce, and also how to protect the IP that your business creates. Because at the end of the day, that's what investors want to see. Investors want to see, okay, I'm going to invest in a video game company. I'm going to invest in a studio company. What do they have that has value? They create game, but the game that they create is original. The characters that they create are the original characters. The story that they tell are these original stories. So all of that, ensuring that whatever you create through your business is original, and that originality you can protect it. And the way you can protect it, which is gonna be peace of mind to the investor, is by taking care of all the IP, meaning that registering your copyrights for your designs, for your stories, your video game stories, for your characters, for everything you create. And of course, getting your design right, also sorted, getting your trademark sorted. I know there's a few of you guys that actually have run businesses, and the question, okay, is your business registered? Do you register the trademark of your business? Did you copyright the character within your video game? Did you copyright the character that part of your comic history, your comic story? And all of those things are very important, and it is primordial that you guys think about how to best approach that, how to get it done. I understand, of course, many of you are based around Africa, and that's not probably a subject that you know a lot about. But yeah, the point of this workshop is to introduce you guys to the topic briefly, and also to answer the question that you guys might have in that regard, and of course to try to find a solution that could work for you and your team as well. So talking about challenges, why do people struggle in general? That when it comes to everybody struggle throughout the world, even here in Europe, there's still many small businesses, small companies that also struggle with IP protection and understanding the value that IP has. That's why I believe that as the creative industries are growing in Africa, if creative companies are able to quickly understand and grasp the concept of IP and IP protection, really put the overall industry in a good place when it can easily be able to leverage the IP they create, and also to create more value for both people that follow them, for both the community and also for the investors that are trying to get trying to support the businesses. So yeah, so the main challenge that we encounter when it comes to IP is usually lack of awareness. Most people don't know what IP means. La plupart des gens ne savent pas c'est quoi la propriété intellectuelle. La plupart des gens, people struggle to protect. They don't know where to go to get the help they need to protect the IP. So the manor has people that specialize in IP, especially creative type of IP. And of course, cost is another issue. Legal costs tend to be very high. And that's kind of across the board, both in Africa, Europe, America, and also Asia. So this is something I know we all have to deal with. But of course, the idea is to be able to use new technologies such as those that we're using today through this virtual room to be able to enhance, first of all, IP protection and to make it more affordable for everybody. And this is one of the things that I know Seed Management will be campaigning for since our inception. So briefly touching on the issue of course, low IP awareness and culture is key. It's very important that as a business leader, as somebody that has a team, you start to having this conversation about IP. Okay, what is the IP within the business? How can you go about actually protecting the IP? What type of thing you need to put in place to protect the IP? What type of structure you can use to leverage your IP? Because of course, once you have the IP in control, once you have the IP check, there's a lot more that you can do with that. And of course, where can you find the right services to leverage what you have in your businesses? Is it your character, the character of your video game? Are those the way your video game work or the way your graphic work? Is that like a code, a specific code that you created for your motion picture? So those are the type of assets that you need to consider, and of course finding the right service that can help you support the protection process, the management process, and of course the monetization process. And even more important, how to stop other people from stealing your ideas. Once again, IP theft is a very big topic in African continent. I grew up in Africa. I know how many times people in Cameroon, they would create songs, and then you have other people appropriating those songs, no giving credit to artists that creating the song in Cameroon, or for example South Africa. One of the very big case was the case of the Lionshare of the Disney song "The Lion Sleeping Tonight," which actually was originally created by a man in South Africa, and there was a legal battle for decades. So the child, the family of the guy could receive the appropriate recompense, for the work that was created by the forefather. And yeah, so those are the type of issues that are very close to my heart when it comes to IP, because Africa is one of the continents that suffer a lot when it comes to IP, especially creativity, music, arts, and etc. So making sure that we are able to protect that value that we created is very important, to make sure that you guys are able to protect the value that your company is creating is very important to the long-term success of your company. So just once again, find information. We have loads of information on our website. Find the right reports and get the IP protected and take a step. If you don't know, get in touch, ask questions. We're here to help. So when it comes to solution, there's quite a few solutions in the market for all your IP needs. We kind of have two segments, which is innovation management and intellectual property management. As a company that creates, you should probably focus more on innovation management, because of course creating IP is an ongoing process. It's an ongoing process. You're gonna create a design, you're gonna reiterate the design, and you're gonna of course always look at improving the design. So a good example, probably all know, for example, like something very popular is a character with video game. How they go through years or decades. And we've seen this with popular characters such as Marvel character or DC character, how they evolve throughout the years. And some of the popular games that we all know, probably like Street Fighter or King of Fighter. Personally, growing up, I was a big fan of fighting games. Street Fighter was one of them. And I was born in the 80s, and of course, playing arcades back in the 90s. Street Fighter, one of those games, that will evolve year after year. And even till today, some of you guys, esports, when it comes to Street Fighter tournament, all the character evolve and throughout the years, and of course, all of the features that come with the evolution that they receive are features that you can actually protect, actually copyright, and in some cases you can actually patent as well. So all of that work that you guys are doing is work that you should protect, that you definitely need to protect. And those are the features, those are the things that are going to add value to your business, your company in long term. Those are the things that once you start having conversation with investors, they can say, okay, cool. So what you guys are offering, you guys are creating a game, but how original your game is and how well protected that value is. Because that value that you guys are creating to your video game, to your graphics, intangible value, you need to make sure that you protect that value so you can package that value and provide it and kind of and provide that to investors as a way to say, okay, we are a serious business. We're taking our most assets seriously and get committed to delivering long-term value. So just to touch a bit about our solution, what we have in seed management for you guys. We created a platform that makes it easy for everybody just to protect the IP. So from your copyright, from your trademark. And the reason why we created this platform is because I experienced personally like a lot of trouble when it comes to raising capital back in the days for creative businesses, and like also because I realized that the value that creative businesses have is in IP. The value that you create is in your IP. So if you're not able to package the IP properly, you won't be able to raise the capital. It might happen in certain cases, but especially when you're a young studio, a young video game company, a young design company, it's very important you take those steps seriously. So that's why we use this platform, to make it very easy for anyone to just like protect the assets. So it could be a character, it could be a storyline that you created, it could be code. In our platform, you can do it in a couple of minutes. And the same as if you're looking to trademark any your brand name, your company name, or any other aspect of your business, you can also do that very easily. We have a network of lawyers that can assist you in everything that you guys need when it comes to protection and also monetization. And talking about monetization, this is actually where the future lies. Guys, IP is a very, very big industry, and we're aiming to bring more investment into the creative industry by reducing investors' risk, by using your IP as a collateral. And of course, this is something that we're working on and will be launching soon. So once we're done with this workshop, of course, I invite you guys to submit your application if you want to take part in our pilot project when it comes to IP funding. Because for investors stand, okay, they want to fund your company, but they're wary of the risk involved in funding creative businesses. Those risks are not just limited to Africa. Everybody has the same issue. Every creative company has the same issue, both in Africa, in Asia, Europe, and America. So you guys should not definitely feel bad about it. The only difference is that people that live in certain countries such as America or Japan that have very big creative companies don't understand the value that lies within a creative company, and they know how to leverage that value. That might not be necessarily the case in the country where you guys are based. So you might not have investors that understand the creative industry. You might not have investors that understand the video game industry or any other creative industry. So they might not see how value can be created in the long term. So it will be more difficult for you guys to attract capital and to raise funds. However, the opportunity is there if you are able to take care of your IP. And this is a solution that we're going to be developing, launching soon for the whole African continent and for creative business in Africa. So yeah, market opportunity when it comes to IP is growing. IP is growing in Africa, IP is growing in Europe, in America, in the whole world. So nowadays, we talk about Africa, but we need to figure out that as African, we also now have to compete. As much as people consume African video games, people consume European video games in Africa. When you build in a studio, should be building thinking about, okay, cool. So I'm gonna build a graphic with motion picture that people are gonna consume not just here in my country, but in neighboring country, and hopefully, people can also consume that product in all the region of the world. So when you think about the value you created, think about it as a value that can be sold internationally. So your license, you can license your video game, you can license the characters, you can do all type of, you can collaborate with all the studio. A good example is, for example, one of the biggest video game companies, Capcom, how they used to have the characters appearing in all the video games from all the companies. For example, Capcom versus Marvel, that is very one of the very popular franchises of video game. Street Fighter versus Marvel, and those are two different IP coming together to create a unique product. So you are able to do that once you own everything in your company, and once everything is protected, you're able to have those conversations with all the studios to collaborate, and of course to create a product that can enhance the profile of both companies involved or both parties involved. So understanding how big this market is, we cannot give you a better understanding of where are the potential. People spend a lot of money in IP, and of course, if your IP is right, you will get people to spend a lot of money investing in your video game. So this is a trend that has been crazy globally, and of course, as African, we need to try to follow those trends as well and try to keep up. I know we don't have the same resources, but that's why we use technology to make those the entry barrier a little more affordable. Just to give you a brief example of what can be done once you have your IP. For example, your video game company based in, let's say, Wakanda, just to give you an idea. So it's not in the main country. You might not be able to find investors in Wakanda, but there might be investors that are based in the US, for example, and that might be interesting funds your company. But those guys won't be able to provide you with the funding if they have like a security to protect themselves against the possibility of your venture. And having IP as collateral is something that will bring them peace of mind. Of course, this is something that we are bringing to the market. And it's the reason why we bring that to the market, so we can help like creative businesses, SMEs raise more capital so they can develop the project, and of course provide a new opportunity to investors that do want to support the creative industry, but they don't necessarily find the best way to do so. And of course, they're wary of the risk. So just to give you a brief about team, of course, I'm the CEO. We have quite a few advisors. Some of them might be known to you. And of course, the idea is that, okay, we're gonna build a platform for creative. We need to know about people that know about the creative. So actually, some of the people now both in the music industry, the actors, the writers, and they kind of give us an insight into what it takes to build creative companies, so we can actually develop a platform that helps creative. Right now, at the moment, we're working with quite a few music creative here in the UK. We're also working with people that are in interactive gaming, e-gaming as well, looking to develop new platform. And of course, we don't work before with video game company. So the idea is, once again, is to create something that, something that make it easier for everybody to really be able to protect IP. IP is the most important asset right now in the planet. And even when we look at the tech industry, most tech businesses' valuation is based on the value of the tangible, which is the IP and all the intangible assets. So making sure that you guys protect it and leverage it is the way forward. Cool. I say so. I don't want to talk too much, so I'll try to keep this small presentation as short as possible. And the idea of this presentation was just to do that kind of a brief introduction to intellectual property. There's a lot more that we can talk, and of course, big days in Africa. Africa is such a big continent. Of course, everybody's preference in their own country regarding the matter of IP might be different. But overall, to understand that when we think about IP, think about something that's local, or just something that's local to you. IP laws, the global laws, they're set by the WIPO, most of them, which is the World Intellectual Property Office. And the WIPO tends to have like regional office, both in East, Central, and West Africa. IRIPO is one of them. For those in East Africa, and we also got the IPO, the AIPO, which is in the French zone. So guys, please feel free to drop questions. I don't want to be talking for the next 15-20 minutes that we have, so please feel free to ask questions so we can make this interactive. Now that I can introduce you guys a little bit to IP, so feel free to drop your question. Ask quite a few questions and then just scroll down. I want to know. Cool. So guys, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take.
Yes. Do you hear me?
In regards to
I want to ask a question.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so
it's
a really, it's Kofi from Senegal Gamecom Cities Agency. So my question is simple.
Kofi,
you're talking about blockchain IP patents, and I just want to know, for example, what is the minimum cost for have this kind of service consulting for a blockchain IP patent, for example, creation, just the minimum that we need to invest, for example, for get this kind of services, especially legal on blockchain specifically.
Right, we do have our price on our website, and our price is actually very affordable. So just to give like a more specific answer, because the question you can ask was a bit.
Yes, a basic cost, not perhaps the real cost, but the basic one.
The basic cost, just to example, let's say that you're based in Senegal, you have a copyright, let's say create the design or character for your video game. For example, you want to protect that character. The first step you need to take is to protect the copyright. So the copyright will be the image, the graphic that you created. And of course, on our platform, we charge £10, which is approximately in CFA, because in Senegal, you're probably talking CFA. And £10 is about 12 to 13 CFAs. Maybe less than that, because the pound is quite, 10,000 CFA, let's just say, for the OC. So that's what it will cost you to get a copyright. And the reason why we use blockchain, because it's actually the cheapest way to accomplish copyright. And this is something that's very new to the last couple of years. And that's slowly been adopted as, all law firms start to adopt technology. So the point of using a platform such as ourselves is that we bring the cost down for smaller studio. Big studio that have major budget, they have lawyers that look after those, and those lawyers, they tend to be very expensive. But our platform is geared towards SMEs and micro businesses. So startups, small business that's starting out, they don't have necessarily the capital to spend much on legal fees, so they can use our platform and to make all of the process a lot more affordable. So we do provide the copyright through blockchain. We provide trademark services, international trademark. As a business based in Africa, of course, first of all, you should look at filing your trademark with your local intellectual property office, which is the AIPO, the IPO in English,
which is based in Cameroon.
Yes, and we have a network lawyer that can do that, and of course the prices are very very affordable. But for basic copyright protection, our platform is 10,000 or 10,000 CFAs, just to give you a brief.
Okay, perfect. Good for me. Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question in relation to that. When you say register, where are you registering it? Are you registering it with any of the intellectual property offices, or is it just registered on your blockchain?
So once again, when it comes to copyright registry, it's all about if you can demonstrate proof of originality of authorship. So especially copyright laws tend to differ from region to region, but the overall international law is okay, cool. You need to register your copyright in a place that can show when and where you register it. So this can be on the WIPO database, or this can be on the blockchain. Of course, the blockchain is a lot more efficient and it's a lot more affordable. And even the WIPO has adopted a blockchain version starting this year. Yeah, at the beginning of this year, they switched to blockchain for copyright registration. Online, you'll find many services that also offer copyright registration. Those are private services. They're not necessarily endorsed by the WIPO or any other local IP office. So yes, what we do use is a blockchain base. So the way it works, once you register your IP in our blockchain, of course, it gets registered in different blockchain. So if you need to demonstrate when you created that project, of course, that IP, you have a proof of authorship there that nobody can refute. And this is actually kind of becoming the standard globally. And it was firstly adopted by China, as usual, because the Chinese are always in front when it comes to IP-heavy technology. And now it's been adopted also by Europe and some jurisdiction in America, and of course Africa. When it comes to IP, we kind of very back in terms of everything. So yeah, and that's what we use. We use blockchain, and of course the IP is reached in different blockchain, and the Bitcoin blockchain, and a few more that we have.
Okay, but you're not actually registering it on the WIPO's database. You're just registering on the blockchain. So you're just providing a service. So you're just providing a service for proof of authorship, or at least date of authorship.
Yes, proof of authorship. Yes.
So I mean, like, what verifications that do you do to ascertain the authenticity of that registration? It's like, if I submit something to you, how do you know, what steps do you take to authenticate that I am in fact the true author of that work?
So the way it works,
what due diligence do you do to prove that I am in fact the author? What is stopping somebody else from taking something that I own and registering it onto your system, and then therefore ascertaining that they are in fact the true owner? What due diligence do you do to check that way?
So we don't do nothing in that sense, and the reason why we don't do nothing in that sense because the way it works in terms of course disputes, IP disputes. So let's say somebody were to store your product or your project, for example, and they register it on the blockchain. The reason they will do so is because they're looking to have, first of all, a timestamp, and secondly, they're looking to, of course, maybe develop that into a commercial product. Now, as the original author, of course, if you can prove that you were the first one to come up with that idea, then of course you can challenge them. But once again, when it comes to copyright, it's not like a trademark, it's not a patent, and copyright disputes are usually sorted through, of course, discussion. And of course, if you can prove that you were actually the first person to create that particular IP, of course, you can send them a cease and desist later. You can challenge that, and that's something that the court will decide. And usually, in those cases, it's all about, can you prove that you were the first person to create the IP? That's why it's so important to always, like, even before you share, once you create.
But you kind of raised the issue there. So if and I agree, because I've had works of mine, in terms of like NFT people have taken my work and registered as their own. Yeah. Now I want to know, in terms of your blockchain, if I were to come to you with a legal court order saying that this is my work, how do you remove it then off of your blockchain?
So this is very easy.
Can you, from your side, change the authenticity of that work? I just want to know what the protections are in place, and also what safeguards you're putting in place to prevent people who have done the exact same thing using other blockchain mechanisms from poaching other people's work. I would have thought that it's a fairly important aspect.
It is a very important aspect. So I'm going to first address your first question. For example, you didn't mention NFTs. So in the case of NFTs, for example, if you were to create a design, somebody can take that design and create another NFT and set it into the NFT any NFT marketplace, and nobody will know that that design was created by you. All right, and of course, given the fact that NFT marketplaces are decentralized, it's not like a central authority that can enforce the removal of that NFT. So that's a different story to what we're actually offering. What we're offering in terms of services is actually blockchain registration for people that actually have commercial utility. So let's say you create a IP so you can use it on the real world, not the decentralized world. Because kind of rules in the decentralized world are quite different. Decentralized technology is used to protect authorship. But when it comes to commercial use in the real world, that's a different matter. And of course, what happened in the decentralized world is also a different matter, because even the FBI can enforce what happened in the decentralized world. So we don't have the capacity, and nobody has till today the capacity to enforce those type of rules in the decentralized application. However, what is in place right now is, of course, method and channels to enforce rule in the real world, which is the commercial world that we all live in. Meaning, somebody were to copy a project of yours, and they were trying to have any commercial use in the real world, you can actually go and challenge that. You can send them a cease and desist letter, and of course, usually by the time you send them a cease and desist letter, you can prove that you're the first person to create that project. Usually, it won't take long before they're able to remove that project from sales. And of course, we do have lawyers that can assist you with that. And that's what the lawyers are there for. So you send them a cease and desist letter, they don't want to comply with that, then you call the lawyer, will get in touch, and they will follow up with that case. So as a business, those are the structures that are in place right now. And of course, is it efficient 100%? Definitely not. But once again, there's a different reality between the decentralized world, which is the blockchain world, and the commercial world where we all live, the real world we all live in. You cannot stop people from copying your IP and putting on as an NFT on the blockchain. But what you can stop people is from copying your IP and using it to sell product in the real world. And we can assist you with that. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thanks.
But it's actually a very interesting idea, because we actually wrote a blog post about it about last month, because we're doing a pilot project with an artist in Africa, and the pilot project was about helping artists kind of create a new revenue stream, especially those that necessarily don't have access to those type of platform. But the first thing that we had to do is ensure that they understand the IP first. And most artists don't really understand the artists. People that create work don't really understand the IP. And most people that create NFTs don't understand about IP. NFT are copyright assets, so digital copyright. So legally, you're not allowed to produce an NFT from a design that you don't own. And you're also not allowed to produce an NFT if you haven't requested, in our cases, what we actually had a IP assignment agreement with the artist, so we can produce this NFT. We have an agreement that says, okay, we're gonna produce an NFT for you, so we can help you create a different income stream. We're gonna sell this NFT, and from the revenue, we're gonna split the revenue accordingly. And those are the type of step that needs to be taken. And of course, not everybody does that because they don't understand the repercussion of not doing that. And but those are the steps that has to be taken. Before creating anything that has to do with NFT, ensure that you own the copyright. If you don't own the copyright, the best practice is for you to actually go out there and have a copyright agreement with the person actually create the original design. And to do so, you might need like a copyright agreement. We have some of those on our platform, some templates. You can also get you. You can also get assistance from one of our lawyers to get that done. But those steps are very important. Those steps are very important to follow, because what can happen if you were to create like a third-party IP, you turn that into NFT. If they can figure out who you are, they can sue you. And there's been cases. There's been cases of companies suing individuals because they use their IP to create and sell NFT. And of course, what will happen sometime in businesses, you have a business, you have a few employees, you need to put in place rules to ensure that the business IP is protected. Meaning that all employees that work for you, they should usually have an IP assignment that goes to the company. They should sign an IP assignment that goes to the company, meaning that while they're employed by the company, everything they created for the company all the IP they create for the company belongs to the company. And of course, there can be cases where you guys can negotiate that aspect. Especially if it's a very talented individual, they might want to have a bit of equity on that particular IP. But best practice to have those contracts in place to protect the business, to protect the value that's created within the business. It can be, of course, IP assignment is one of them. The other thing that you need to have in place is, of course, NDAs, non-disclosure agreement, and confidentiality agreements to make sure that all the IPs created with your business is not lost, it's not misused by employees or former employees. Guys, any more questions? Please feel free to throw them at me. So, just of course, some of you have shared your experience when it comes to IP-related issues in your own company, own business. Please feel free to keep sharing. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Et certains d'entre vous avez partagé l'expérience que vous avez eue par rapport à la propriété intellectuelle dans votre business. Et si vous avez des questions par rapport à ça, n'hésitez pas à nous demander. N'hésitez pas à me poser la question et n'hésitez pas à partager votre expérience dans la matière avec le sujet. Il nous reste plus beaucoup de temps, je pense. On a quoi, 5-10 minutes pour conclure la séance. We've got a few minutes. Guys, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to drop my email and my details on the chat. If you guys want to get in touch and to discuss anything in details, please feel free to do so. I'm more than happy to have a one-on-one conversation with any of you guys regarding the topic. And of course, regarding the IP strategy of your business. Donc, j'écris mon email sur le chat box. Si vous avez des questions que vous aimeriez me poser ou des questions, vous avez besoin d'assistance, n'hésitez pas à m'envoyer un email. Et Amandine a dit qu'il nous reste there's about 10 minutes left, so we're going to move to the chat room. I'll be in chat room number 10. And if any of you want to join me there, and yeah, it was great talking to you guys, meeting you guys, and I look forward to hearing from you. And of course, good luck with your businesses and make sure you take care of your IP.
ça vient, on peut peut-être vous présenter.
Just a quick question. Will there be anything to share on the screen?
Yes, Doug Garby will share his screen.
Okay.
He will make the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Evelia Gadegbeku. I'm the head of marketing and communication for Anti-Africa organization. For the workshop, we'll be with Dagmavi Beduli, who is regional manager for Anti-Africa, and also Moses Ayonke, who is the president of Anti-Africa in Nigeria. Today, we will show with you the Anti-Africa business model and the importance of ecosystem in the development of our network. Thanks. Dagmavi, are you ready?
Are we waiting for someone?
Hello. In the advent of Dagmari not here, could we move on to the next things, Aurelia?
Yeah, maybe we can start with you, Moses, and hope Dagmami can join us to not give our time. Can you share my? Can you see my screen, Moses?
I don't think you shared your screen yet.
I can't see your screen yet.
You
Aurelia?
have the purple button on the bottom.
And now you can see it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it on the big screen. And now
Okay,
everyone
great.
can see it.
Yes, I can see it now.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for your patience and your time for being here at this moment. My name is Moses Ayotunde Ayokunle, and I am the team representative of the Nigerian cluster of Enter Africa. So, Enter Africa is a creative network of creatives from various walks of life. They range from the arts industry to the sciences, the cultural sectors, and all various walks of life. Yeah. So Enter Africa came up as a result of a collaborative project of the Goethe Institute, and since 2018, we've had the opportunity to collaborate with both local corporations in Africa as well as corporations abroad in Europe and North America. Up to this moment, we've done projects ranging from game creation to game jams to exhibitions and so on and so forth. Yeah, so to my next point, little parts. No, back. Little parts from the whole. Enter Africa as a whole is made up of different smaller clusters, and those clusters are represented in 16 countries at the moment and counting. We have, for example, Nigeria, where I am from. We have Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Ghana, and so on. This major so moving forward, of the Enter Africa community, and these splinter cells are what make Enter Africa what it is today. Moving forward to the next slide, please. Yeah. So today I'm very glad to be part of this meeting with some African creatives from all over. As we all know, the gaming industry, or let me say the creative industry in Africa, is the next big thing, or it's the big thing at the moment. Enter Africa in itself has engaged, we engaged with this industry so much that we thought it very important to have conversations and also to create models around the creative industry in Africa. We do this, although facilitating conversations with other cells in the creative industry, but we are very particular about the gaming industry in Africa. So today, I'll be talking briefly about the gaming industry in Nigeria. So, the gaming industry in Nigeria, being one of the biggest gaming industries in Africa, if not the biggest, is booming at the moment. It is due to the fact that we have this demographic advantage of young people who are very penchant about making use of their creativity, and this gave rise to Nigeria as one of the key players in the creative industry in Africa. We would say that having the market here in Nigeria for the gaming market, it's a very big asset for us in Nigeria, and this made the gaming industry in Nigeria a very great prospect for investments and collaborations all around the world. At the moment, the gaming industry contributes greatly to the gross domestic product, that's the GDP in Nigeria. It is so very much encompassing that it cuts across the video gaming industry, it cuts across the esports industry, it cuts across even bet industries, and it is just a mesmerizing space. Also, we can't talk about the gaming industry in Nigeria without mentioning that there are other key players in the industry, key players like the people in the animation or the people in the animating, comic, and the music industry in Nigeria. These people are the ones that are driving the force behind this industry in Nigeria. Just like this. Okay. Yeah, so Enter Africa Nigeria. Enter Africa Nigeria is a collective of professionals in various walks of life. As I've told you earlier, we are made up of animators, of researchers, of educators, industry experts in architecture and town planning, and so on and so forth. In 2019, we created a game with the whole of the cluster. It's a location-based game, and this gamified the space, Lagos, as a whole, and takes people through the sights and sound of Lagos. So, in 2019, 2020, we thought the gaming industry in Nigeria is a very big one. There are a lot of people there are a lot of people making impact in Nigeria, but they are not spotlighted, or would I say they are far in the rear because they are not given the opportunity, to would I say to shine? Maybe, yes. So in 2020, with the support of Goethe Institute Nigeria, we were able to facilitate the project titled Nigeria's Gaming Industry, Opportunities, Challenges, and Practices. The core of this project was to facilitate conversations and to spotlight key players in the industry. Also, we were able to engage with community of creatives, experts in the industries, and also were able to educate the general public about the gaming industry in Nigeria. The aim of this industry, the aim of this project is to drive interest in the Nigerian gaming industry, spotlighting the people who are making it happen, and also to drive in investment opportunities. And we have so far reached over 1,000 audience, like we've reached over 1,000 people with our publications. We used mediums such as YouTube to host our roundtables, discussion, interviews, and what have you. Please, could we get on to the next slide, please? Thank you so much. So at the moment, we are working on a model project which won't be just for Enter Africa Lagos, but will encompass and steer through the whole of Africa and even across borders. We are looking at this to be a groundbreaking one, and with time, we would achieve it. We so much have a couple of projects in the pipeline, and we look forward to engaging with you all. We look forward to collaborating, and we look forward to having you around with us at Enter Africa. Thank you very much. If you have any question or you would like me to interact or tell you more about what we are doing, please feel free to reach out to me via I will drop my email, and also there's Dan Marie. Please, the last slide, please. The last slide says, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Marie, are you ready for your presentation? I think we have less than 20 minutes right now, so maybe we can continue with you.
Yeah, you still have some time, but I think he's having some trouble joining the platform.
Maybe we can collect your question. I try to reach him, and maybe I can make a discussion with people there if they are looking for more information about our network or what we are doing. In fact, Nigeria is one of our biggest countries in this network, and I believe that the information Moses share with us can make an introduction for what we are doing right now in the continent.
or what it means to be from Africa. And that's how it started. It was supposed to be just a brainstorming and a creative session. But as we came together from all these African countries, and as we started discussing about the concept of what it means to be an African, or even to a point like what it means to have an African gaming ecosystem, then we started discussing, and we started really analyzing the potential that it had, and that's where Inter-Africa, from being just a project, it kind of grew into this organization that you see now, and that's functioning all over Africa. And as a matter of fact, currently we are 16. We're no longer 15 because Sudan just joined us, and the aim is to actually grow into all the 54 countries. And if you look at like the past, maybe Evelia, you can go to the next slide. So, like whenever we think of Inter-Africa, we like to divide it into this past, present, and future. And whenever we look at the past, usually what happens is, if you want to make a game in Africa, since there is no, you can't have the technicality, the technical skills, you can have the story, you can come up with a really good game, but the biggest like a myth, or the biggest misunderstanding that exists in the African continent is that just because you make a game, it kind of like enters the market and it kind of sells. And this is not the case. And we have seen it like in Orion or in Akukulu, or these are the games that were made in Africa that were supposed to be really good, but they never made it to the global continent. And another problem that we were facing in the past was, for example, a game being developed in Ethiopia would only be addressing the Ethiopian community, and whenever there is a game made in Nigeria, it only would be played there. And for example, Orion being one of the best games like ever that came out of Africa. But honestly speaking, I came across it because of Inter-Africa, and it's what we meant by like interconnecting the communities within the African continent, and that was the whole purpose of it. And that's why we started it in the first place. And that like you can go next, like you can go to the next slide and go again, like go to the. So this is like what we were like. We chose 15 African countries, and these were chosen because there was a base there from the Goethe Institute, and we kind of went across, providing, giving training, creating awareness on the potentials that games have in transforming lives and in changing the community, because there was and still there is like a huge understanding of games as just an entertainment platform. But when you really understand the power of games, and once you start exploring the potential of games for social change, for example, or games for storytelling, for example, or games for like simulating complex and scenarios, for example, then we start to see that the potential of games beyond just the entertainment realm. I'm not technically saying that the entertainment realm is not important. I understand like the value of entertainment in our society, but one thing we were actually trying to explore is like the potentials of games beyond the physical, beyond the entertainment. And that's when like all of these 15 African communities, they were fascinated and they wanted to explore most of the potential of it. And we did like 3 rounds of workshops where we brought people from this African continent. They sat down together and they explored complex topics, and they like, because like someone from Nigeria would have a completely different understanding of what it means to be an African. Someone, let's say, compared in like South Africa or in Guinea-Bissau or like any other country. So the first thing we need to do is like to come up with a common understanding of what it means to be an African. And this was possible. As a matter of fact, it was way possible. We were able to create and to kind of capture this concept into the strategy game that was developed during the Inter-African project. Can you go to the next slide? And again, yes, go. And one more. So like back one. Yeah. So like you can see it here. So what was done was all these African continents and all the communities in this African continent were supposed to exchange ideas and were supposed to come up with their version of Africa and what they want to address using games, and using games as a platform to explore what potentials it had. And this started a dialogue across these 250 Africans across the continent. And this conversation actually like led into the making of 15 location-based games. You might already be familiar with it. And this was the starting point in a way. This was the past of Inter-Africa. Now, can you go to the present part again? One more? Yes. So then, like, the whole point, we can also like do 2 more steps. So then there was this essence of Africa, and it was defined in a way. So one of the things like a lot of people don't understand is like the global gaming ecosystem. It's a saturated industry. So what we mean, almost it's occupied by AAA game publishers, and the indie scene, no matter how big it has been inflated, it's not as easy to enter as one thinks, and especially becoming a latecomer to the whole scene. So the only way the African games can outshine, become a global phenomena, was to kind of create a niche for it. So this niche could be called like an African games, and like whenever we talk about Asian games and like manga, or whenever we talk about these Nordic games and all these stories about gods, we wanted to come up with a niche or a theme for what it means to be an African creative product. And the first thing and like the foremost thing we wanted to capture was the essence of it, like what it like. And the first point that was raised was this sense of borderlessness. So whatever games that are going to come out of Africa, they need to somehow people will play it, and the moment they understand this, what it means to be borderless, they would understand this is an African game. Maybe you can go to the next slide, video. And the other 2 more concepts is like this innovation, this African way of innovation, and this African pure raw culture. That's not seen as much. So the 3 points were the benchmark for the whatever is going to come out of Africa, and these 3 things would be somehow the signature that whoever is going to interact with this product coming out of Africa, like to look for. So there should be a sense of borderlessness, meaning it's not going to be like a single player game in a sense, or whatever. It's going to be a collective. It's always a community based. It's going to be a more of like an Ubuntu kind of thing. And there should always be this African culture portrayed in songs, in the visual aspect, in the physical aspect as well. So can you go to the next slide? So yeah, before that, so like then was this Busara, like it's a game that was made. It started as an analog game. It's a strategic. We can say like more or less the first ever collectively made strategic games that can grow and equally embraced by these 15 African countries. And each of the countries contributed their culture, their innovation, and their sense of borderlessness into it, and it became one huge strategy game. And this is like the first product to ever come out of like the Inter-African network that eventually grew into an organization, and that has a future of growing even much bigger. But now that once we had this product, we were sure, and this was the assurance that gave us, okay, Inter-Africa should no longer be just a project or a network, a Pan-African network. It should actually become an organization that connects Africans from across the continent. So from this on, then we started doing the future, And there is a lot that would have happening. So can you go to the future part? So next slide. We established it as an organization, and as you can see, the foundation of this organization is the communities. Okay, so one guiding principle we always have and have now as well, and we're going to have is for there to be an African gaming industry, there should be a Nigerian gaming industry. There should be an Ethiopian gaming industry. There should be a Burkinabe gaming industry. There should be a Sudanese game. So the first and the foremost important thing is yes, you can establish a cross-cultural, like a cross-continent kind of organization, like the African Union or any other like political organization that stands for the whole continent. But if there is no integration within the continent and within the day-to-day people that live on a daily basis, then it will not make sense. So the structure kind of started. We had this set out, like we start with a community, and every country will have its own Inter-Africa community, and these communities would start working together across continent. So as a matter of fact, currently, as you're seeing this presentation, this is like this particular workshop or this particular presentation is being delivered not by someone who's present in one country, but it's like someone from Nigeria, someone from Burkina Faso, and someone from Ethiopia. They came together, they talked to one another, and they actually made this a reality. So this is the next part, which is the cross-community kind of bonding. And from this cross-community network, we have an assembly team. So an assembly means each country's community would have a representative, and as you can see here, for example, Evelia represents Burkina Faso, Moses is representing Nigeria, and we have like other 13 like individuals, Africans, that are representing their own network in their own communities. And once we go together this huge assembly, this assembly is actually what we call the organization, and some assembly makes the calls, makes the decisions, and makes introduces new countries to the network. And continuously updates one another. And this actually has, under this assembly, exists an executive committee, like, and this which has a regional management, strategic management, like and the communication and marketing and monitoring, evaluation and finance division. So with this structure, it was established. We can go to the next slide. So, and the vision was made clear. The vision was made clear. So the whole point of Inter-Africa is like to create an African organization that's made up of different bodies. So these 15 African countries represent different African bodies. It's easier to say, to open a base in, let's say, Addis Ababa and call it Inter-Africa, and having one name, like one contact from all of African countries, and to claim it's a Pan-African organization. But for it to be a really Pan-African organization, there needs to be bodies distributed across the continent. And that's what we started with. And the whole point and the whole vision of this is to create a gaming ecosystem. So now I'm going to explain what an ecosystem is in the next slide, but this is the most important thing. Whenever, like, go back, can you go back? One slide. So, like, the whole point of creating an ecosystem is every time, like, we think of gaming, a lot of people, the first thing that comes to their mind is making a game. But making a game and actually having a gaming industry is completely different concept. Because just because, like, you have a developer that can write codes, and you have a graphics artist that can do the visuals, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have a game that sells. So to have an ecosystem, you need everyone from all walks of profession to come together. So now we have like lawyers in the network, we have marketers, we have developers, we have artists, we have architects, we have software engineers, we have like all sorts of common professionals within the same ecosystem. And that's the most important thing about the Inter-African organization. It's not a collective of software developers, or it's not a collective of game developers, nor is it a collective of architects or visual artists. It's actually a collective of different cross-disciplinary professionals that came together to build one thing, which is an African gaming ecosystem. Can you go one slide forward? I want to see the definition. So this gaming ecosystem would have like 2 points. So one is to represent African culture. So we've seen it in the West. It's common to see Africa being represented so stereotypically, like, or by, I don't know, by a rebel or by a really primitive characters. It's a common practice to see, but one thing we want to do is like to have Africa narrate its own story. So all this community, what they would do is they will use different media, they come together, they exchange ideas, and they represent the true meaning of Africa by telling African stories for Africans and beyond. So to do so, now as you can see here, this is what the high level ecosystem that we're trying to build. And we're trying to build these ecosystems not in one country per se, but in all countries in Africa. And what we want to do is like we want to so the first thing we do, like we did in all of these 15 African countries, is to map the existing ecosystem. So the inter-African local bodies, their job is to go out there in their community and to actually start registering this thing. So on the left side, you see like what we call the creative side, which incorporates schools and studios that are working on the industry. So we registered like all the schools and studios that are making games or working on the sector of games. And then next in the middle, what you see as the three partners and the publisher. These are like where finance can be accessed from. And like games for entertainment are a bit challenging for Africa for Africans to make and to sell, because the culture is not there yet. But one thing we figured out was games for social change, which has to do with gamification and game thinking. It has become really, really important, and the timing in Africa is perfect. So reaching out to social partners that can invest some money for game-related projects that are intended to change, transform the community. These were like the first and starting platform that we started mapping and reaching out to. And once like this is done, we are like we go into these retailers and organizers, which have for example, for a game to be made, you need a resource from a publisher or a partner. But once you have that budget and resource, then you have to actually make the game. And once you make the game, it doesn't sell by itself. It has to be promoted. It has to be marketed. And for this, you have these enablers. That's why, like, you know, like in the African, like in most of the countries, we're starting these tournaments, these championships. Or, for example, in some of them, we have like started a gaming festivals, organizing a gaming in Ethiopia, for example. We have started a championship, a Busara championship. That's that brings together like Ethiopians to come under and play in the name of like Inter-Africa. And we have also started Chawatacon, which is the first ever gaming festival of its kind in the country. And we're actually establishing this stakeholders so that tomorrow we have a full supply chain. And by the end, like sport is also like on the consumer side. Whenever we think of an ecosystem, it's not only about producing the product, it's also about having people consume that product. And that was one of the critical things. So we're running a bunch of sessions that has to do with workshops, game days, game nights, esports competitions. So like to kind of raise this casual and professional gaming scene. We have the African esports series that was run with Wesco, and we have like other initiatives that are coming up as well. So we're doing game jumps across the continent, and trying to bring not only like the communities but also like the continent together under one roof. And we have actually, I mean, Inter-Africa has a base, like most of the Inter-African representatives are like actively involving in the global game jam scene. They are representing their countries. They are actually here. We've seen it in the co-production, like even like not only in the community, in the continent, but also like to bridge this continent with the Western continent, as we can see now here, for example, with the French gaming ecosystem, with the German ecosystem. These are things like that are being tried and experimented on. So this is the whole point of it. And just as a, you can go to the next slide, like as a final remark, so what Interafrica has been doing, and the biggest achievements was like to start this cross-continent dialogue, and also like not only in-depth dialogue, but to establish that an organization that can talk to one another, find opportunities, map the ecosystem, and create the like from scratch the gaming ecosystem that's needed. So, for example, if there is a gaming studio that wants to invest in Africa, there is no way that person, like that entity, can find one outlet except in Africa to reach out and to kind of get to the grassroots level of the companies. And these are the potentials we're actually exploring. This mobile gaming, mobile. See, because Africa is a continent, and we really believe that this mobile gaming scene would be the platform for Africa to outshine and compete on the global continent as well. Can you go to the next slide? And these are like the potential consumer base that we have. Like we have like almost like like we have 1 billion in population, and we have half of them like be younger, like who have access to smartphones, and now like rising of infrastructure. This is a possible huge market for the local gaming scene to if it's done in a structured and synergized way. Can you go to the next one? So from the production side to the consumption side, Haptic has a huge potential. Even like we were talking about how the like the Western gaming scene is running out of stories to tell. For example, we've seen most of the games being more or less similar. And for example, if you come to Africa, like storytelling is the origin of storytelling. Most of African countries captured their culture into their language through stories. So there's a huge potential in storytelling. We have like talking about half of the billion below the age of 25, and technically what's known, if you look at the global gaming reports, they have like almost 1% of know-how about the African continent, and that's where Inter-Africa comes into the picture, and that's why we call Inter-Africa the gateway to Africa. It's literally the path to African talents. Like if you want to work with African developers, Inter-Africa is a perfect platform. And the same with like continent, the content, stories like that come from it. And also like even from a consumer base, it's the ideal consumer because we're talking about 10% of the entire population. So it's an organization, and it's what the biggest job it does is to facilitate talent seekers, studios that want to work with Africans, even like publishers that want to kind of run their products in the African outlet, and also like investors that want to come together and mobilize the African community also are like appreciated. And that's can you go to the last slide? So that's all about like the Inter-Africa and the Inter-Africa's past, present, and potential future. So we invite everyone to come to work with Inter-Africa, like to explore the possibilities like that exist in Africa, and yeah, to join hands and build the African gaming ecosystem, which we believe can contribute significantly to the global gaming scene. Thank you very much. And back to you, Emilia.
Thank you, Mavi, and thank you all to stay with us. We are very sorry about the problem in the beginning of this workshop. I don't know if you have a time to pose some question before to give the stage to another workshop. Amandine, are you with us? Can we have a few minutes?
Yeah, I'm here. You still have a few minutes if you want to keep talking.
I just want to thank Moses and Dagmavi for their time, and also all the people who are there with us. Like Dagmavi just said, we start like a project. Right now, we are a network, became a big organization, I believe, in this continent. And I want to thank the organizer for the invitation to share what we are doing, because we receive a lot of requests. But right now, we are not just focused into the local ecosystem of our country, but try to make people connect into the continent. So thank you all for that. I don't know if
Thank you very
Dagmavi
much.
and
And
Moses,
yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
okay. So yeah, like we already we have already said it, and like I keep giving this example, like how Orion, especially like the Orion, the game, which was supposed to be a good game but didn't make it, and the biggest problem didn't make it out there, but was because it was usually, if you look at the business model that the game was made, it was made by a French publisher who gave resources to a West African community that make that particular game. And once that game was made, the aim was to sell it abroad. So it tried to get to the French market, which was not interested in the game. And there was no marketing campaigns, no community mobilization that was being done locally. So like people around the continent, we're talking about a billion population, didn't hear about that particular game that represented most of their culture. And like that's the problem we identified. For there to be a huge consumer and creator base in Africa, there needs to be an ecosystem that talks across the continent and shares ideas and shares resources. And also, like whenever, for example, a game is being made in Burkina Faso, Ethiopians should know about it, and should also, like, there should be this not only from an information perspective, but from also like from a finance perspective, there should be this flow of cash across the continent. And we're pretty much sure, like with the pace that the African Union is going to bring together, like African now, African Union, like the Africans are already united, like politically, and now in the process of like economical integration. I think this ecosystem is in the right time to be nurtured, so that like we can have this cross country and cross continent kind of dialogues, not only in co-working partnerships, and Inter-Africa has become that example. We've done a project across Africa, 15 African countries with our partners, and we've seen it was possible not only to do this project across Africa, across the continent, to come up with something that's really magnificent, and to like that could actually compete on a global scale. And we've done it with the co-productions, we've done it with the Busara Championship that was made. We've done it with like all the other project initiatives that we're doing with like African Sports Series. And Inter-Africa has, I personally believe, has been tested enough to become like to become that gateway to Africa that's being claimed. And that's the last thing I want to say. Thank you. Yeah, for more we can actually continue the conversation in other days, and hopefully this will not be our last.
Thank you, Dagmavi. I don't know if Moses wants to add something before we end this workshop. Are you still there with us? No, yes, okay. For my part, I believe
Hello,
that...
come again.
Yeah, go ahead, Moses.
I didn't get a question. Can you repeat, please?
No, if you want to say something before to end the workshop, it's just
Oh, yeah. I really don't have much to add. Dagam has pretty much said everything. We are all out here to create an ecosystem that visualizes Africa as an entity, and also to create this growth system within Africa and also throughout the whole world, like the whole globe. So we are very open to partnership, to co-working with you all, to co-facilitating stores. Let's work together. That's all. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm very grateful. Yeah.
Thank you, Moses, and thank you, everyone. Like we have to say, I believe we're not just a gateway to the continent, but we are this organization who can give opportunity to partner to work into the continent, and also to the African creator to find possibilities to create, to make happen their work. So thank you everyone for this stage, and Amadine, I think we are okay for today.
Thank you very much for this speech and this workshop. It was very interesting.
Good. Okay,
What if I go stronger? What if I get higher? What if I start doing things I know I will regret? I will make my own way, I will not surrender. I will do my best until I get put under. What if I go stronger? 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 What if I go
gotta know that this ain't living, but we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. And we can run. The stars they fall all for you. So tell me now. the same thing I told ya. My eyes are clear, there's no secret. I wanna know, was it serious? I need it clear, my best friend. Isn't easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I know I told you, it's the best light I know. It's not a game that I am playing. My love, trying to hold my feeling. I don't know what's right. I'll find the best way. I think that I might. I know you made it in the nick of time. I'm calling on you. I think we're made of something. I think we're made of something. I keep my time in a pocket. I wanna find a new keeper. I like the way it's mysterious. I think I found my own way. Isn't easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I know I told you, it's the best light I know. It's not a game that I am playing. My love, trying to hold my feeling. I don't know what's right. I'll find the best way. I think that I might. I know you made it in the nick of time. I'm calling on you. I think we're made of something. I think we're made of something. Trying to hold my feeling, I don't know what's right. I'll find the best way. I think that I might. I know you made it in the nick of time. I'm calling on you. I think we're made of something. I think we're made of something.
I can't
say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Take you like a pill.
Hello everyone. I am Yusuf Boufaid, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Here Studio. So I'm glad to be here with you. Today I'll talk a little bit about what we have done for in these 2 years when we created the first role-playing AR game in Africa, which called Bygone. It's a location-based card game with augmented reality. So we are Herodot Studio, a Tunisian game studio that aims to connect gamers to their histories through gaming and augmented reality experiences. So we strongly believe in the social impact of gaming, and we've been working on finding solutions since the beginning of our journey in 2019. We had won a lot of awards like the Creative Business Cup. We've been selected for the finals in Copenhagen as the most creative startup in Tunisia in 2019, and we were finalists there in Copenhagen. We had also the Startup Black Act label in Tunisia, and we were finalists in the MIT Panorama competition, working on the gaming and the social impact of gaming. So we all know the importance of and the influence of African civilization across history. We had ancient Egypt, Carthage, Aksum, Nubia, South civilization, Bantu expansion, and a lot of other civilization. But people are not giving enough interest for these civilizations and this culture, especially our youth. But our youth is not interested in knowing these cultures and this civilization. We can blame the youth because the problem is in the media proposed to learn about this civilization and history, books and everything that are not especially a media that interest youth nowadays, because we are living in the digital era. We have a lot of entertainment as Netflix, as gaming, films, series, and all of that is creating a whole disinterest in our culture because we don't propose enough product to consume around this civilization. So the main idea was to ask the right question here. So how can we enhance heritage and push this disinterested youth to learn about their history in a fun way and to go and visit historical sites? So these are the two challenges that we built our studio around. So we began with a lot of brainstorming around this, and we came up that we need to use the new technology, the new XR technologies. So we dig deeper and we saw the VR, the mixed reality, the virtual reality, and the augmented reality. So for the VR, we all know that it's a full immersive experience in the 3D world, and don't push people to go out and explore historical sites and to explore the world. So you are in your house using a VR headset. That's not our main mission as Herodot Studio. So we deleted this option. We looked into the mixed reality. So the mixed reality, for those who don't know about the mixed reality, is using a headset like the HoloLens to have more immersiveness in the real world. But for now, the mixed reality needs a really expensive hardware with a high performance that's not accessible for everyone. So we turn to the augmented reality, which is the perfect fit here for our vision and cause. So you don't need any specific hardware. With your own smartphone, you go out and explore, like Pokemon Go, like a lot of other AR experiences, and it pushes you to go outside and explore the world as it is, and with a small enhancement with 3G and some VFX, you can do a whole experience in the AR. So we created our first MVP, which was in Tunis here. We created the first MVP in which we created an AR experience in the center of Tunis. You go to the heart of Tunis and you scan the image there. And Ibn Khaldun, a figure of our history, came out of this heart and talk about himself, what he has done in his lifetime. And then you have a whole gamified process in which you will collect some scrolls that contains a lot of information about the historical facts in Tunisia. You need to put them in the right places, and then you will have the treasure. So it was a huge success for us since the beginning. So it was in the beginning of 2019. So a lot of tourists played the game and they enjoyed the experience, but it has a lot of lacks, like, for example, scalability. We didn't know how to scale this business and to have a good business model around it. So we decided to pivot and to have to let this experience have a bigger scale and to have an experience in augmented reality that is accessible to everyone. So we decided to pivot a little bit and we turned from a historical guide with gamified content to a game, to a whole game called Bygone. So Bygone is now our first product, our big product here, the location-based card game. The players have an objective to collect historical heroes and artifacts in the real world while moving, and then he can compete against other players to control real landmarks and monuments in the real world. So you go out, you conquer a real landmark or a real historical site in the real world using the cards that you collected while moving, and then you have a strategy to experience all the game features and explore the historical fantasy of Bygone while walking in an urban environment. We created also a whole lore around the game in order to make it more immersive and more logical game product. So we created a lore based on the Anunnakis, who lived and shared knowledge with humans since the beginning of civilization. Decided to preserve the legacy of human history. Thus, they invented the Bygone cards, which conserve the essence of ancient heroes. So we have here the cards created by the Anunnakis, who are the Sumerians' gods, which are the beginning of all human civilization. So we had the idea to include them in a whole fantasy world, and they created a Bygone card. And this card can use to not only to preserve, but to preserve history, but to incarnate the power of historical figures from all the civilizations into the player's DNA. And with this, the player can incarnate these cards in his DNA to be the first the future superhuman that can have the strategic aspect of Hannibal Barca, with the warfare of Scipio Africanus, and with all the characters that impacted our history. So our game loop is simple. So when you collect cards in the real world, you can battle against people, your friends, or people around you, with a simple card game with historical figures and soldiers that you collected in the real world. And then you can conquer historical figures that give you resources to have more cards and to unlock more cards. So the mechanics are simple. So you collect rewards while working, conquering monuments, and you have also quests in the real world. So you will meet some NPCs in the real world that you will have a mission to complete in order to, for example, unlock the Hanno the Navigator, a legendary card in Bygone, in order to be more competitive in game. We created also a new way to use augmented reality that is not existing in any competitor. Is the conquering model. All the players can conquer historical sites and landmarks in the real world, as I told you. So they need to defend it or attack it. So if you own a historical place, you need to defend it using your cards. And if you want to conquer another landmark, you need to attack it using also the cards with a whole strategy of battle, like this. So we have three battle modes. We have the simple one, the custom 1v1 duels in the PvP battles. So you can train and test new strategy against friends. And we have landmarks battles, which are the most important ones, in which you can have battles to win and to conquer landmarks in the real world. And also we have dungeon battles, like World of Warcraft and all the big titles. It's a cooperative gameplay, and players fight a common enemy to have rewards. So this is a screenshot from our battle using our card game. So you have soldiers from Carthage, soldiers from Rome, and you will battle in a strategic way that will have the aggro strategy, defense strategy, and all the card game aspects in a small way, in an easier way. So we began our journey with Carthage. So we are in Tunisia, and we have a lot of history about Carthage and their legendary generals like Hannibal Barca, like Hanno the Navigator, and also buildings like the Cothon, and some items like the Grinning Mask. So we created a whole lore about the Carthaginians' heroes and events and cards, and that you can collect them in the real world. You can unlock, for example, the Hannibal Barca card and use it in your strategy to win against your friends. So the sworn enemy of Carthage was Rome. So we created a whole story about how Rome conquered also Carthage and burned Carthage. So Scipio Africanus was the main character here in the Punic Wars. So we created all the Roman cards, more than 25 Roman cards around this events, and to have more synergy between the cards, and also to cover more history of the Punic era. We have also the social aspect that I told you about, because in augmented reality games and in the real world experiences, we always need friends to play with and to have strategy with them. So the social aspect is one of the important pillars here in our game. So players will have the opportunity to create or join guild, and with this collaboration, they can conquer landmark together, they can exchange cards together, and they can fight bosses together. And this is the whole essence of the social aspect of Bygone. So we will talk a little bit about the business part now of our game. So our target audience is 15-35 years old. We want to be present in France, Turkey, Egypt, and Tunisia for the alpha version. And then if you have more partnership in the African continent, we can go there and experience more culture and more exchange with if you are if there is anyone interested here, we are open for any proposal. So yeah, 15-35 years old, they played Pokemon Go, Dota 2, Teamfight Tactics. So because they will be more easier for us to have people that have experience in AR games like Pokemon Go, and in Dota 2 that played more MOBA games like Dota 2 and League of Legends. So how can we make money? Bygone, it's a free-to-play card game. So everything is free-to-play, but if you want to be different in game, not stronger, because we are not a pay-to-win game. If you want to be different in game, to buy new skins, to buy something that make you different in your game, You can buy it with our premium currency, and also you can make money from our game. For example, if you have a card, a legendary card that it's duplicate in your in your assets, you can buy it in our marketplace, or any items that that you collected. We are talking here in the market of location-based card game like Pokemon Go, with an audience of 18, 29 years old. They have right now more than 166 million active users. That is awesome. And we always thinking that Pokemon Go was a trend and it died. No, people are still playing this, and the boom of the augmented reality and location-based card game is estimated in 2022, 2023, and we are hoping to join that boom as an African startup and Tunisian startup. We are talking here of numbers of $1.23 billion. For us, we started our pre-alpha in January 2021. We had more than 300 people in our mailing list. We collected 100 feedback, and we have more than 2,000 people in our social media and Discord. This is our trailer that we shared with you guys before the event. So the idea is to create a trailer that showcases our game and our history, the civilization that we began with Hannibal versus Scipio Africanus, with all the battle system around the game, in which we showcased the battle 1 versus 1 in the early stages of our game. So here's screens. These screens are from our pre-alpha game. So you deploy cards. You can attack people, attack cards, and you can defend them. You can boost them, and you can have all the strategies that you want to play with. You can be aggressive. You can be more defensive. You can play around other strategies, and then you need to have the hero, the enemy hero, to the health to 0 in order to win the game. And also you will have the AR part here. You can win awards from the game. So our next release will be on November 2021 with all the AR features, the conquering thing, the conquering all the monuments, and conquering the landmarks, the guild part, and the new battle mode, because we changed a little bit on game based on the feedback that we collected. And we are building the next big AR game, African AR game, in November 2021. So go to our website and subscribe there, and give us the most feedback there. So we have an amazing team behind, composed of software engineer, artists, and also concept artists, marketers, 3D artists, and we strongly believe in the potential of Tunisian and African youth to make the huge leap more. Yes, sir. if I'm right about it. So we are believing in the creative industries here in our country and in our continent, and we are working every day to create this game that we believe it will change all the products in the gaming industry here in Tunisia. We had a lot of achievements in 2019. So we went to Copenhagen. We had a lot of experience in a lot of events around the world. And for now, I will be waiting for your questions. So this is some of our artworks. This is the elephant of Hannibal. This is an assassin that we created. This is Scipio Africanus, and this is a blacksmith. This is the Velites of Rome. So we are really proud of our art style and our evolution. So visit our websites, visit our useful link, and don't hesitate to contact us at our email if you need more information or you are looking for a partnership. We are really open for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
If
for
there is
your.
any question, I'm here. I can answer them.
Yeah, I saw that some people joined during when you were talking. I don't know if they have any question.
No question. Okay. So thank you so much for having me. It was a really pleasure to have the opportunity to talk here in the African Creative Meeting, and I hope it will be we'll have more of those kind of events. So I'll be in the meeting room if there is any people who want to share some experience with me or interested in sharing a partnership or something. We are open to everything, as I told you. So thank you so much, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming to the event. Bonjour Kofi, je vois que tu es en train d'essayer de partager quelque chose.
Ouais, je suis en train de préparer en fait mon espace pour tout à l'heure.
Ok.
Je commence à 15h normalement, pile, heure du Sénégal.
Ah oui. Oui, donc tu as encore un peu le temps. Parce que tu as plusieurs choses différentes à partager, c'est ça?
Ouais, c'est ça. Bon, mais le plus important, c'est la présentation. Après, le reste, c'est un peu accessoire. Je veux juste donner plus de flexibilité de contenu à l'audience, histoire qu'ils comprennent rapidement certaines choses quand j'en discute. Souvent, une image, ça parle mieux qu'un texte ou un commentaire.
Oui.
Donc, voilà quoi. Mais sinon, le document qui doit être réellement affiché, si c'est pour le streaming, je pense YouTube, ben, c'est la présentation.
Ok.
Voilà. Sinon, le reste, c'est exclu.
your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
3 p.m. in Dakar, Senegal, 2 minutes plus. So we will wait exactly 5 to 10 minutes for wait more people, and then we will start our panel on Olympism and esports. Bonjour tout le monde. Nous allons démarrer exactement dans 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Il est exactement 15h03 à Dakar, au Sénégal. Nous allons entamer notre panel sur l'olympisme et l'e-sport. Donc, d'ici exactement 5 à 10 minutes, nous allons démarrer notre présentation.
Can't look you in the face. I don't wanna have to lie. I wanted this love to survive. Now when I look in your I feel paralyzed. want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
André, tu m'entends? Je viens de voir que notre panéliste de Madagascar est arrivé. Ouais, il est dans le lobby en fait. Okay. J'espère qu'il ne va pas se tromper de salle.
Non, s'il est affiché dans le lobby, c'est qu'il est dans cette salle-là déjà. Il va juste rejoindre la salle.
Ok, parfait. Bon, c'est parti. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon for people who are in the afternoon. So my name is Kofi Sikaladzo. I am the founder of the Gamecom Cities Gaming Agency, and welcome in this panel for Olympism and esports. So the objective of this panel is to understand the development of esports through the time since 2015 regarding the Olympics Games also there in 2021. So, as I said, I am the founder of Gamecom Cities Agency. I'm a certified GIZ and BMZ gamification consultant and a Microsoft also education and sport leader. And I'm also the owner of a team, esports team called Ham Ham Lions. So for people who don't know Gamecom Cities, so we are so far a pioneering agency. We work since 8 years right now in the African continent. We produced so far more than 100 physical events on the continent in a network of 10 countries. As also an independent agency, it's important to acknowledge that esports in Africa is about investment. So far, we already invested more than 100 million ZOF in this gaming industry. J'ai l'impression que... Okay. When we talk about also pioneering the gaming industry, this is, for example, 10 points about our pioneering activities in Africa. So in many countries, we activate many ecosystem. Just for talk about a few, in 2019, we launched the first World Video Games Day in Africa in Gabon, which is an event very well known also in France. In 2013, we were the first agency to get a sponsorship from a bank on the continent, especially EBA Bank from Nigeria, for people who know it. In 2015, we put as a media agency for the first time the first event about first gaming event about Guinea-Conakry and Forbes. In 2016, we was one of the first gaming event to export in the United States. In 2016, also, we were behind the qualification of Senegal and Togo at the first WESG, which is the global esports competition game produced by the group Alibaba. And in 2019, we was also part of the production of the first government esports summit about industry creative in Senegal with the Foreign Ministry and the French embassy. So far in 2021 and 2020, we continued this leadership. So we was the first African player to partner gaming events in Dubai, especially the DGC Games, which is the first and the biggest B2B gaming events in the MENA region. In 2020, also, we was the first company in Africa to launch a competition on the esports video game from Riot Games, Valorant, in more than 5 countries, despite the pandemic. We was also the first agency to operate the COVID campaign led by Zynga and many gaming companies during the pandemic in partnership with the WHO. And so far, as I said, we are one of the rare actors in Africa to produce more than 100 physical gaming events in Africa in the timing of 8 years. So this is the brand who already worked with us so far in the African ecosystem. I think that is important to understand the players who engage the gaming ecosystem in Africa so far. You can see brands, you can see government, you can see also cultural diplomatic brands like the Goethe Institute and the French Institute. Also, you have Alibaba Group. Just recently this year, we finished a partnership with Alibaba Cloud Academy in 50 countries for education. This is the media who talk about us in the period of 8 years so far in Africa. So right now we'll try to engage our topics, beginning with these quite impressive but important numbers. So what we talk about, the population of gamers right now in the world, as we know, is about more than 2 billion gamers. And the biggest audience on this population is about the audience between 18 and 24. What does it mean? It means that when we see generally the perception from the media or the government or many people who don't have a real understanding of the gaming industry, many people think again that gaming is a teenager audience, but it's not the case so far. And when you look at the population of people who really practice esports, is about more than 495 million. What does it mean? It means that this population, in fact, is an elite population. It means that esports, as in the sports, is about elite people. It's not everybody in the gaming population who can become an esport athlete or who practice esport. It's important to understand that. Also, when we talk about the development of esports, the only, and I think that the most common business model that we see so far is the sponsorship model. Brands today invest a lot in the esports industry and esport team. And when you look at the numbers so far, it's already more than 390 million euro invested by more than 300 brands in the esports ecosystem from 2019. What does it mean? It means that esport is not about the future, it's not about the past, it's now. And so far, when you look at these numbers, in fact, esports don't need, again, validation, because when you saw 300 brands globally who invest in this industry, it's not a kind of validation anymore. It's not a trend anymore. It's a fact. And regarding the Olympics or the Olympics, you understand that so far already in 2018, the Global Olympic Committee did its first esports event in Lausanne at the Olympic Museum. So I will talk about that deeper in my presentation. Also, we noticed that in 2019, for the first time, esports became a medaled sport in Philippines from the Asian Games. It means that we have already events or Olympic events who consider that esports is a sport who have a place in the Olympic Games so far. For understand better what's happening during the 5 years, we will go back in the time in 2015. And this year, for the first time, we saw at the first French language, second French language forum in Liège, Belgium, the presence of the Japanese team. So the youth delegation of the Japanese team, which is sometimes don't know as a French-speaking country, was there 5 years, more than 5 years ago in Liège to present already their strategy for the Olympic Games. And so far, for example, myself, I was there engaging already conversation about gaming and esports, because we know that Japan is a country with a video game culture. In 2016, for the first time, we got an activation in Brazil during the Olympic Games at Rio 2016. But this activation was executed by the UK. It's very interesting to see how UK was already anticipating esports at the Olympics in 2016, designing an event called eGames Rio 2016, and engage at the same time already a lot of national esports teams as Brazil, Canada, Argentina, Mexico, Germany, Trinidad and Tobago. So it means that already in 2016, we begin to see some activation or push about esports in the Olympics. But be aware that it's not events associated in the Olympic Games, but side events in the same area at the same time. But the most interesting point for the closing ceremony at the Olympics is to see Shinzo Abe, which is the First Minister of Japan, appear to the closure ceremony of the Olympic Games in Brazil in 2016 with a close of the legendary icon of the video games called Super Mario. I think that it was the first sign that, or the first signal that people can understood as engagement of video games in the Olympics. In 2018, for the first time, we saw an esports demonstration at the Asian Games for the first time. And this demonstration was massive because it was about 16 nations for 6 esports disciplines. But as I said, it was not a sports middle event. Please don't touch the presentation. And this demonstration, please don't touch the presentation. So this demonstration so far was the biggest show up of esports at Olympic events. Be aware that the Asian Games are part of the Olympics Games family. In 2018 also, Intel, which is the IT partner of Olympic Games, developed also for the Winter Olympic Games in Pyeongchang a first event about esports, where for the first time we saw the logo of the Olympic Games with Intel on an esports event for the first time. After that, as I said, again in 2018, a lot of discussion was created between the both ecosystems, so the ecosystem of professional on Olympic Games and also the esports industry, for see if they were really a clear matching about the two ecosystems. Also in 2008, I think very important moment for us at GameCam Cities, we launched officially our first esport team. So in 2018, in a documentary about Al Jazeera, for the first time, we talk about an esport team from Africa, which has an Olympic project. It's important also to know that in 2026, Senegal will be the first country to organize the Youth Olympics in Africa. In 2019, for the first time at the Asian Games again, we got a first esports event with medals. It means that esport athletes were on the same level as sport athletes. So the Asian Games was sponsored with Razer, which is a big computing company from Singapore. And it's interesting to see how Razer succeed to manage this event in the Asian Games. So far, we understand that the push from esport to the Olympics come from the Asian countries. In 2021, so after the pandemic, where Tokyo 2020 was canceled and many other events in the world, we got an activation of the Olympic Games in 2021, and also another esports event led by Intel, which is called the Intel World Open. And I will just play for you just so first second of a video about what's happening, or what will be the perception of this event in the end from the Africa region, because we will talk about it.
Continue to smaller bottom. Nothing but love and respect to Middle East and Africa. You guys just, man.
Morocco, Egypt.
Hats off. Hats off.
Tunisia wasn't there. Turkey's there. Algeria, guys, stand up, man. Inshallah, you guys are gonna get your own CPT in due time. I was blown away. G, please, G, implore you.
Okay, so this is right now the perception about so far the prestation of Africa for the first time at an esports event Olympics, and we will go deeper right now regarding that. So for understand more, the Intel World Open, it was an event sponsored by Intel just before the Olympic Games, but for the first time, this event was accredited by the Tokyo Olympics Committee with two disciplines, Street Fighter, that everybody knows so far, and Rocket League. And when you look at the participation of Africa from this event, it's very impressive to see that we got Zambia was there, Madagascar was there, Burkina Faso was there, Tunisia was there, Algeria was there, Nigeria was there, and also Ghana. And the picture that you see right now is in fact the top best player of the tournament during this qualification from Middle East, Africa, and West Asia. It's also important to understand how the region is dispatching from this competition. It means that is very interesting also, and perhaps unfair, to see that Africa is in the same group as the Middle East and the West Asia. So it's a very big, large group of qualification. And so far, we have the pleasure to have two of qualified esports athletes there. I think that I will engage them in a few seconds about these experiences. So 2021 also see the launch for the first time of the first esport brand from the Olympics called the Olympic Virtual Series. 5 disciplines, but so far in these 5 disciplines, the only game which is really familiar for people is Gran Turismo, which is a game of racing car simulation. For go in the future, because things develop so far,
Je suis de retour, vous m'entendez?
Oui, on t'entend, Kofi.
Ok. Alors, est-ce que Benathan est là, est avec nous?
Oui, je suis là.
Ok, très bien. Ben, je pense on va commencer par toi. Alors, que peux-tu nous dire aujourd'hui de ton expérience de cyberathlète pendant les Jeux Olympiques de Tokyo, en te présentant, bien sûr?
Ok, bah, bon, je m'appelle Benantar Keratin. Mon pseudo c'est KX Génocide durant le tournoi. J'ai eu la chance de participer au tournoi organisé par Intel, le Intel Open.
World Open.
Et oui, et le tournoi s'est déroulé en 4 phases de qualification. Donc à chaque phase, 2 joueurs auront été sélectionnés pour participer dans le top 8 des meilleurs joueurs d'Afrique. Et la zone géographique, bon, elle était un peu défavorable parce qu'elle couvrait l'Afrique et le Moyen-Orient et l'Est de l'Asie.
Exactement.
Et j'ai pu réussir à me hisser jusqu'en la deuxième étape et en phase finale. En deuxième étape, c'était les 5 meilleurs, les 8 meilleurs joueurs qualifiés. Et après, 3 joueurs supplémentaires, 3 joueurs seront éliminés pour avoir un top 8 avec les 3 joueurs qualifiés euh, de, des Émirats, c'est ça.
Ok, très bien.
D'accord.
Donc, en fait, quand on regarde cette organisation, c'est pas l'organisation commune qu'on revoit en fait dans les tournois e-sport en général.
Ouais, je pense que Intel, au dernier moment, hein, ils ont ouvert la région Middle East et Afrique. Après, ils l'ont rajouté avec l'Est de l'Asie pour avoir une grande région. Parce que si tu vois dans d'autres régions, tu trouves un seul pays qui, ouais, qui compte, qui se qualifie de lui-même. Donc, c'était un peu déséquilibré. Euh, peut-être que c'est dû à le manque de visibilité des joueurs africains
Ouais,
et
effectivement,
de
effectivement.
l'Est de l'Asie et de Moyen-Orient. Mais je pense que maintenant que c'est fait et qu'ils ont vu les résultats qu'on a produits, 5 joueurs africains sur le top 8 final,
Exactement, exactement. C'est impressionnant.
5 joueurs
5 joueurs
africains,
africains sur le top 8.
5 joueurs africains, 3 joueurs des Émirats. Donc, je pense que pour les éditions futures, ils vont reconsidérer leur
La
zonage
perception de
et
l'Afrique.
c'est
Effectivement.
ça, ils vont avoir une idée du niveau actuel disponible ici.
D'accord. Alors, une question, Benathan. Quels sont réellement, en fait, en tant que cyberathlète, quels sont réellement tes supports sur l'Algérie? Est-ce qu'il y a des structures qui t'accompagnent? Comment ça se passe un peu l'écosystème en Algérie de l'e-sport? On va un peu savoir.
L'écosystème en Algérie de l'e-sport, on voyait une l'IR des sports en 2019, on voyait les choses avancer, mais malheureusement, le Covid est venu et a chamboulé tout et tout a changé.
Effectivement.
Mais il n'y a pas eu un réel support par rapport aux années passées en tant que cyberathlète. Je pense que l'Algérie ne considère pas réellement le potentiel qu'offre le e-sport en termes de communication avec un public, comme tu l'as dit dans ta conférence, qui s'élève à près de 2 milliards de joueurs. Donc, c'est vraiment un échantillonnage très, très large.
Effectivement. Alors, juste une dernière question avant qu'on passe à Andri de Madagascar. Après
cette performance aux Intel World Open, comment tu vois le futur de l'e-sport en Algérie? Penses-tu que cette performance peut changer la perception des acteurs politiques et institutionnels en Algérie et qu'ils peuvent être plus engagés dans le futur pour accompagner, par exemple, des cyberathlètes aux prochains Jeux olympiques qui vont arriver très rapidement pour représenter l'Algérie?
Je pense que si le Intel aurait été tenu en IRL, en IRL à Tokyo, s'il aurait été tenu physiquement à Tokyo et pas de cette manière-là, pas online, je pense qu'il aurait eu plus de poids et il y aurait plus d'impact au niveau des pays africains parce que je pense que les pays africains ne misent pas beaucoup maintenant sur le online, ils misent beaucoup plus sur euh, les rencontres plus conventionnelles. Mais
Je pense
ouais,
qu'avec
ouais.
en fait, je pense qu'avec le Covid, les choses vont changer. Outlis André,
Ouais, c'est ça.
on va passer à ton expérience. Peux-tu te présenter et nous relater un peu ton expérience des Jeux Olympiques de Tokyo Intel World Open eSport? André, tu es là? Tu nous entends? André, est-ce que tu nous entends? Ok, mais nous, on ne t'entend pas. Génocide, est-ce que tu l'entends?
Non, 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 non.
Ok. Alors,
Et
essaye
il
de
faut,
revoir peut-être les paramètres de ton micro, s'il te plaît, André, pour qu'on puisse t'entendre. Parce que Génocide t'entend très bien depuis l'Algérie et moi aussi depuis le Sénégal, je l'entends très bien aussi. Ok, donc je pense que André a quelques petits problèmes techniques par rapport à son micro. Bon, c'est compréhensible, c'est toujours les aléas du live. Alors, je vais continuer la discussion avec Génocide. Aujourd'hui, à part l'e-sport, quelle est ta profession? Quelle est ton activité en dehors de l'e-sport à plein temps?
en fait, moi, je suis, euh, je suis ingénieur de profession. Je travaille dans un bureau d'ingénierie dans le domaine du oil and gas en Algérie.
Ok, ok.
Et c'est ça, j'ai fini mes études et j'ai fait ce domaine-là. Je ne me suis pas seulement reposé sur le e-sport. Malheureusement, c'est pas envisageable dans l'immédiat parce que,
Effectivement,
comme
effectivement.
je
Non,
t'ai dit tout
je
à l'heure,
comprends parfaitement.
c'est difficile de vivre seulement du e-sport maintenant.
Ouais, surtout en Afrique. Non, on le comprend. Alors, juste une autre question. Comment tu fais pour organiser ton temps entre le professionnel et l'entraînement e-sport? Parce que j'imagine que si tu arrives à avoir ce niveau en termes de compétition Intel World Open, étant donné qu'à l'agence, nous avons quand même une équipe e-sport, donc nous voyons clairement ce que ça demande en tant qu'entraînement pour avoir des résultats sur le long terme. Comment toi, tu gères justement ton temps entre la vie professionnelle et l'entraînement gaming, e-sport?
Oui, en fait, j'essaie d'allouer un minimum de temps journalier. En minimum, j'alloue au minimum 2 heures par jour pour m'entraîner,
Ok.
plus des longues sessions le week-end, sans oublier
Ok.
les vacances et les journées off. Et j'essaie le maximum de m'entraîner et si après dans Street Fighter 5, s'il n'y a pas de nouveau, par exemple, il n'y a pas d'autres nouveaux personnages ou du contenu nouveau qui arrive, on peut un peu se relever un peu diminuer un peu le niveau
Je vois un peu.
et, et allouer le temps à d'autres activités. Mais en général, c'est au minimum 2 heures par jour et plus pendant les week-ends. Ça peut aller
D'accord.
jusqu'à 8 heures.
Waouh.
Donc, en fait, tu arrives malgré ton travail à... Donc, tu arrives malgré ton travail, en fait, à gérer 2 heures d'entraînement par jour sur toute une semaine, du lundi au vendredi, c'est ça?
C'est ça, plus le week-end, ça peut aller plus. Des fois 8 heures, 10 heures de session. Tout dépend.
Intéressant.
Tout dépend,
Intéressant.
c'est ça.
Et ça n'a jamais empiété sur tes performances au travail, jamais.
Non, non, parce que au travail, je me concentre seulement sur le travail. J'essaie de sortir un peu du monde e-sport et de me concentrer seulement sur mes activités professionnelles.
Parfait, parfait. Ben, je pense que c'est un témoignage qui a de la valeur, qui montre en fait que, premièrement, on peut concilier vie professionnelle et e-sport en Afrique. Et je pense que tu es un clair exemple. Et secondo, ça montre aujourd'hui que malgré toutes les problématiques dont nous avons débattu depuis cette matinée sur l'e-sport, le gaming dans les autres conférences, qu'on a la possibilité de s'imposer au niveau international. Je pense que ce n'est qu'une question de potentiel et de volonté. Et ça prouve encore que les gouvernements ne suivent pas réellement ce qui se passe dans nos écosystèmes. Voilà pourquoi je remercie l'agence Leno, Monsieur Zoglami et Ngonefal pour cet événement qui nous a permis de présenter en fait cette expérience de l'e-sport aux Jeux Olympiques. Et j'espère que ça permettra à d'autres pays de s'engager dans le train, parce que je pense que aujourd'hui, les opportunités sont là. On a une population qui est jeune en Afrique. On a la 4G qui est déjà quand même assez bien installée dans plusieurs pays. On a déjà des profils 5G qui sont en train d'arriver. Je lisais encore ce matin que, par exemple, un pays comme le Togo venait de recevoir un financement pour déployer sa stratégie 5G à long terme. On a vu aussi que l'Afrique du Sud a déjà dépassé le cap des tests sur la 5G. Donc, je pense que l'écosystème va devenir de plus en plus favorable pour les joueurs e-sport. Maintenant, il faudrait vraiment que les autorités, les institutions essayent au moins d'accompagner un minimum, surtout quand on est sur des événements comme ça, olympiques. Je rappelle que les chiffres en termes d'audience des Jeux olympiques de cette année ont dépassé les 5 milliards de vues, dû à la participation et la collaboration du géant IT Alibaba Cloud. Donc, c'est l'événement le plus regardé au monde des Jeux olympiques. Donc, sur ce, je vais terminer et clôturer ce panel. Il est exactement 15h46 sur ma montre au niveau de Dakar. Si vous avez des questions dans le chat, n'hésitez pas à les poser. On va essayer d'y répondre encore 5 à 10 minutes. Et après, nous allons devoir nous séparer pour laisser place aux autres intervenants. Alors, j'essaie de rappeler Outlist pour savoir s'il a réussi quand même à joindre la session. André, tu es là? Non, je ne pense pas. Ouais, ce sont les aléas du live. Alors, Benathan, merci pour ta participation.
De rien, de rien.
C'est un témoignage pertinent et j'espère qu'il servira à d'autres pays pour se préparer sur le futur de l'e-sport aux Jeux Olympiques. Amandine, je te remercie pour le suivi. Les équipes Leno qui sont en back-office et qui font un travail remarquable depuis le début de cet événement. Alors, je vois dans le chat. Est-ce que tu es là, André? Tu m'entends?
Oui, oui, je suis là. Oui, je suis là. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Alléluia. Oui,
Oui.
on t'entend.
Bah oui, désolé,
Alors,
vu que
on va te prendre pour 5 minutes. Malheureusement, c'est dommage que tu viennes en retard, mais alors je te pose rapidement la question. Quelle est ton expérience pendant les Jeux Olympiques de Tokyo pour les Intel World Open depuis Madagascar?
Ok, alors, je dirais que ce tournoi est un grand pas pour l'e-sport. Donc, Madagascar a pu participer dans ce tournoi. Donc, on était 3 et 4 joueurs, les meilleurs de Madagascar, à participer dans ce tournoi, malgré les handicaps de la connexion et l'inexistence des serveurs qui, je dirais, est assez loin de notre pays. Mais quand même, l'Afrique a beaucoup de potentiel, hein. On a de très bons joueurs comme KX, La Fuente et plein d'autres, HSN comme cela. Donc, je dirais que si Capcom ou je dirais Intel ou d'autres organisations investissaient un peu plus dans l'e-sport au niveau de l'Afrique, donc on sait déjà que l'e-sport rapporte beaucoup, beaucoup, beaucoup aux éditeurs, aux organisateurs même. Et je crois que l'Afrique pourrait mettre leur flambeau, je dirais même au Capcom Pro Tour par exemple, ou au Tekken World Tour.
Effectivement, effectivement. Non, mais c'est clair que c'est un point très critique. Alors, dis-moi, André, quels sont les 2 opérateurs télécoms de Madagascar?
Actuellement, donc, sur les premiers podiums, donc on a Telma Madagascar et aussi Orange Madagascar. Les deux,
D'accord.
je dirais que les deux qui sont vraiment en concurrence.
Très bien. Et quand tu as joué pour le World Open Tokyo, tu étais sur quel opérateur?
Pour l'Intel, donc, on a utilisé Telma Madagascar. Donc, pour certains joueurs, on arrive à 5 bars. Donc, c'est le maximum pour Street Fighter, hein. Donc, c'est 5 bars.
Effectivement.
Parfois, on arrive à 3 bars. Pour les pays, je dirais, très éloignés, pour l'Afrique du Nord, par exemple, là, on a du mal, donc à 2 bars, au pire à 1 bar.
D'accord. Alors, juste une dernière question. Aucun support de fédération du comité olympique pendant ces événements depuis, non, rien?
Pour Madagascar, non. Pour Madagascar, non. En fait, nous avons une communauté, donc c'est la communauté MFGT, c'est Madagascar Fighting Game, qui en parallèle avec certains sponsors, je dirais comme Orange, La Star ou Imago comme cela, qui nous supportent d'un background pour nous pousser plus ou moins à faire la promotion. Oui.
Ok, très bien. Parfait. Ben, je pense que la page est blanche pour l'e-sport olympique et je pense qu'on a déjà de très très bonnes perspectives. C'est vraiment très intéressant de voir déjà 2 expériences de l'Algérie qui est tout en haut de l'Afrique et de Madagascar qui est tout en bas de l'Afrique réussir à se qualifier. Je parlerai aussi de La Fuente qui est notre joueur Ham Lions pour notre équipe qui s'est qualifié aussi du Burkina Faso. Alors imaginez le Burkina Faso en termes de connexion Internet et réussir à tenir cette compétition. Donc, il est clair réellement que ce n'est pas une question généralement de problématiques souvent logistiques, mais plus de volonté. Donc, je pense que si on y met le minimum, il est certain qu'on aura plus de nations qui pourront représenter l'e-sport aux Jeux Olympiques dans le futur. Merci, messieurs, pour votre présence. Merci à toi, Benatan, pour ton temps. Merci, André, pour ton temps. C'est vrai qu'avec les aléas de la connexion, ce n'est pas toujours évident.
Bah voilà.
Je vous remercie pour
Voilà,
cette
pas forcément la
contribution.
connexion, mais ouais.
Effectivement. Donc, je vous remercie vraiment pour ce panel que j'ai trouvé effectivement riche en termes d'insights sur une première participation massive de l'Afrique sur le plus haut level au World Open de Tokyo. Et je pense que ça, c'est un exemple qui va nous servir justement, nous, à l'agence, à continuer le plaidoyer auprès des autorités pour construire mieux cet écosystème justement de l'e-sport olympique. Merci à vous. Merci encore à l'agence Leno Merci aux différents partenaires de cet événement, Africa Incolor, Africup, Orange, l'opérateur télécom qui soutient cet événement depuis le début, malgré les intempéries de la pandémie. Et je souhaite aussi une bonne fin d'après-midi au public qui nous suit depuis le monde entier. Merci beaucoup et au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. Merci à vous.
Au revoir.
I feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Oh, I can't forget myself. The piece that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help. Oh, please give me back this one part, this
it.